Alright, there we go. Good morning, everybody. I said good evening at first. I'm glad that voice mod wasn't corrected to the right mic. I was like, oh no, I said good evening. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's okay. We're good. We're safe. Welcome, everybody. Let me try that one more time. Let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. I still can't go super hard, or else I'm gonna have to start like a coughing fit. So, hi guys. Yeah, goodest of evenings to all of you, sirs and madams in the chat. I hope you guys had a lovely... This is like our first time like actually being able to catch up all week. So, yeah, I was quite looking forward to this one. I wonder if I should move... I don't know, I'm thinking like, should I move OBS to the other screen? But it's gonna... My screens are like two different resolutions. One screen is like the standard, what's it? 1080? 1920? And the other one is like 3000 something. So when I'm switching like the stuff between the monitors, oh my god, it's such a headache. Maybe I'll just get over closer to the OBS one. And maybe I'll move my iPad here. And I'll just make this full screen. And there you go. And then I can look at the chat a little bit easier. What is up, guys? What is up? If you'd like to make yourself present for today's stream, I'd love to see... Put an emoji in the chat that best reminds you of your New Year's resolution. How about that? That's kind of fun, isn't it? Let's bring out our whiteboard, just so we don't have this empty space next to us. How are you guys? Happy New Year, by the way! Happy New Year! I don't really have much else to start with, but when I was visiting my friends for Thanksgiving break, one of the gifts that we got from one person, like she gave all of us this card deck called Affirmations for a Badass. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna pull one every day. So that way I could start my day off on the right foot. I don't know, my self-esteem has been abysmal lately. I don't really know what's up. You know, sometimes it fluctuates, but it's like down in the gutter. So I figured, why not pull one of these cards? Let me pull one of these cards. I'm shuffling them right now. And let's see what the universe is trying to tell me. Can I get a number? Can I get a number in the chat? I'll shuffle it that many times. I'll take two numbers. Somebody send in one number, another person send in another. I'll shuffle it that many times, and then okay, 11, and then the next number I see, I'm going to pull that card. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. I'm not good at shuffling. 8, 9, okay, 10, 11. We're gonna pull the 5th card. I feel like, oh, I should have a hand cam. I want a like permanent hand cam setup. I feel like I do like a lot of things with my hands, and I like to show stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I'll set that up one day. All right, pulling the 5th card. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Our card is... Our affirmation for a badass of the day is... I'm not a sunrise. I'm the fucking sun. What do you think of that one? I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I'm not a sunrise. I'm the fucking sun. All of these cards are so aggressive. I think all of them have like... Oh, I was gonna say all of them are cussing, but the next few actually don't have any cuss words in it. Don't try to fit in. You were born to stand out. And contrary to popular belief, I know exactly what I'm doing. That is not true, but I appreciate the cards' willingness to to try and lie to my face to make me feel better. Eric, welcome. Hill, hello. Happy New Year. Suzanne, hello. Happy New Year to you too. Am I really your favorite boomer? I heard because this year is the start of a new generation, right? The Generation Alpha after Gen Alpha. Is it gonna be Gen Beta? Kind of sad if it's called Gen Beta. Either way, it's the generation after Gen Alpha, so that technically means that all of the wait, sorry, adjusting the the microphone. All of the Gen Zers, the Zoomers like me, are technically, I was gonna say technically boomers, but you know, we're the new millennials. That means millennials are the new what? Xers? Gen Xers? Okay, and Boomi ain't gonna be here for long because I gotta leave for work soon, but may have a comedically funny and wonderful stream. Thank you for your support, Ponage. Thank you. I sure hope so. Let's hope that I crack some hilarious knee slappers and all I got. That's all I got. Okay, let me drink a little bit of water. I had a coffee this morning, but I haven't had any water. I actually had, I woke up like an hour into my sleep. I honestly went to bed at an awful time last night. I went to bed at like almost 4? Almost 4? Like maybe 3:30? I don't know. I was really just trying to squeeze out any of those last seconds that I could. Apparently there's a word for it. Sabotage? Kind of like sleep sabotage? I don't know. Because it's like you're in the middle of the night. I think I talked about this before. In the middle of the night, you don't have any like outside factors or something. I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. Let me drink my water. Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night because I started coughing and I didn't have like any water in my room. I probably had like 2-3 drops, so like barely a sip, like like a quarter of a sip of water in my water bottle. And I had to get out of bed. I was just like rummaging around for water. I could have just walked to the kitchen, but like I knew that if I walked that far, I would have kind of woken myself up. I'm the kind of person where it's like once I'm up, I'm moving around, it's hard for me to fall back asleep. So I have to like, you know, keep my brain very groggy. So I'm just like rummaging around for some water. I found my water bottle. I shake it. There's like barely any water in there, but I think it was enough. Yeah, I woke up to the coughing. I think it's because I didn't have like that much water before bed, and I just had like a tickle in my throat that just wouldn't get out of there. It's still the case, but it's fine. You know what? Let me try and get it out right now. All this phlegm, man. All this phlegm. Okay, anyways, yeah, today is Boomer Report. It's been a long time. We haven't done Boomer Reports in about 6 months. Because I don't know, quite frankly, I was just kind of like as much fun as I had, like getting everybody's recommendations and stuff, I found it to get like a little bit repetitive. So I thought, oh, what's something fun that I can do to try and change it up a bit? I still haven't figured that out, but I figured, you know, end of the year, perfect time to bring back Boomer Reports. Well, I guess technically now it's the beginning of the year, but you know, that's like a look back. It's a look back. It's a perfect time to bring back Boomer Reports for 2024. I don't know. I'm still trying to think of like the one idea that I had to make this like a little bit more fun is to do, instead of like having a big Boomer report every month, maybe just like splitting up the questions every time that we have a Zatsu or something, and like doing more Zatsus that way. I don't know. I'm still toying around with the idea, but like every once in a while I want to bring back the big Boomer reports. And then you know, in between I want to do like smaller, more bite-sized, and maybe even more varied questions, instead of it being just like you know, like the general report questions, just being, I don't know, a little bit more specific and asking those questions. But yeah. I think we will have a lot of time to get more in. So if you would like to submit your own Boomer report, if you haven't already, I will go ahead and pin the link to it in the chat once Nightbot sends it in. I used to wake up to coughing back when I was dealing with my cold and coughing fits. It sucks, doesn't it? Because you're just like, oh my gosh, like I actually gotta get up and I gotta, you know, and it's loud and it's not fun. Alright, okay, let me show you how it's done. We'll go over my report first. I think we definitely have a lot of new faces since our last Boomer report. Let me show you guys how this is done. Ba-da-ba! Here's my Boomer report. Look at this behind me. Oops. Okay, maybe I won't put it behind me because then I can't really move it. Okay. Here's my Boomer report, guys. So report stands for reading, eating, playing, obsessed with, recommending, and treating. Reading, I feel like, is pretty self-explanatory. Same with eating. Playing is a little bit more malleable. It could be like what movie you're playing, what game you're playing, what song you're playing, anything that you've been playing lately. And yeah, I think the rest is kind of self-explanatory. I kind of cheated with my reading. I have not started reading Invincible, but I'm very excited to start. My friends actually gifted me what's it called? The Ultimate Collection. The first volume of the Ultimate Collection. And I haven't started reading it yet because I flipped through it as soon as I got it and I was like, oh, this volume ends around the time that season 1 ends. So, yeah, I was thinking like, okay, I have time to read it. And then also, I had like another friend who shared their Amazon Prime account with me. So that way, because they have the access to like all the digital copies of the rest of the Invincible comics. So, yeah, I'm excited to pick that up soon. That's been like one of the things that I've been wanting to read. I was gonna say all of last year, but like as soon as I got it, which was like in November, like right after Thanksgiving. But I'm excited to start reading it very soon. Do you guys read? Have you guys read Invincible? Are you guys reading it? I think the new season's supposed to come out real soon, isn't it? Is it supposed to be January or February? I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed with Amazon. Not just the release schedule, but I also expected the animation quality to improve a little bit, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe they're waiting for future seasons. I don't know. But I figured, like, it seems like a lot of shit's gonna happen, so I don't want to be waiting for it. I'm gonna be reading it instead. I haven't, but it's on my list. I'll let you guys know how it is then. Because I was reading through like some of the spoilers in the subreddit. Just because I'm just like, oh, where could this story possibly go? I know that it's like self-contained, and it has like, and I think it was written with a definitive end in mind. So I thought that was like a very unique approach, and people were like, oh, it gets really crazy and all that, and I don't know, like the spoiler, it seems like so much happens between all the characters that every time I look at the spoilers, it just doesn't register in my brain like to stick onto my memory, because I'm just like, well, who is that? What's going on? How far in the future is this? They seem really interesting. I'm like, oh, so this character is gonna go this way? How? Why? What? I'm looking forward to reading that. Eating. I would say my snack of 2024 has been the dried pineapple bits. That has been my absolute favorite. I've been reaching for that way more than I have with like regular like gummies and stuff. I think maybe because I feel better eating it, but I mean, like, it's gotta be healthier for you than regular candy, right? I don't know. Do you guys like dried fruit? I'm not really big into nuts, but I don't know. I don't even know what made me reach for these. I think I was just like, oh, pineapples. I haven't had pineapples in a while. And there's just something about the shape of it. It's like a triangle, and I like that, you know, you bite into it. It's a little bit stringy. I don't know. It's a little bit gummy. It's really good. It's really good. That's my snack of 2024. Playing, I would say I kind of saved this for my favorite game of the year. It was very close to being GTA 4, but I don't know. I think the last episode that we played for Red Dead, and then also just like, I don't know. I think knowing the magic that 2 is gonna bring me, I don't know. Red Dead just kind of came in straight like at the end. It was a dark horse. I think just because I really love history too. Key Tony. Honestly, Key Tony. I don't now that I'm like I don't know, a few months removed from the end of GTA 4. As much fun as I had with the Ballad of Gay Tony, I gotta say I did love The Lost and Damned. I think that one was my favorite DLC. Maybe I'm in the minority. I know everybody loves Gay Tony, but I don't know, there's just but then again, Gay Tony has really good characters. I think I like the characters more in Gay Tony, but I think if I had to choose between the protagonists, between Luis and Johnny, I do like Johnny. I think Luis kind of reminds me a little bit too much of I don't know, Luis kind of feels like what? I feel like the creators or like the writers enjoyed Luis, so they ended up making Franklin, if you know what I mean. They gave us very similar vibes. Not to say that I didn't enjoy Luis as a protagonist. I really love seeing him and Tony's romance, but I don't know. There's just something about Johnny. There's something about Johnny. And then knowing that he dies at the hands of Trevor, yeah, that sucks. I think Johnny gets a little bit of bonus points. I don't know if it's entirely out of pity, but yeah, he gets a little bit of bonus points in my heart for that. Why did he go back to Ashley, man? I like fruits, but not have Haven't had many dried ones. Yeah, honestly, me too. And every time I go to the grocery store and I'm like looking through, trying to find what dried fruits I want, they have like maybe apricots or mangoes, but I don't really eat those, you know, like raw? Like just straight up, you know? I wonder if I'll like it. I mean, I love pineapple. Love pineapple. Try pineapple. If you see it at the grocery store, give it a try for me. It's really good. Not freeze-dried pineapple, though. My mom, I told her, like, I've been really, like, into eating the dried pineapple. She got me the freeze-dried one. She ended up liking it, but I was like, oh, no, this isn't right at all. I bit into it. I was hoping that I would like it, but the texture was all wrong. Lost and Damned was my favorite. Yes, base Lost and Damned enjoyer. But yeah, Red Dead 1, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's my favorite. It's my favorite. It's kind of overcome GTA 4. I mean, I like them both for different things, though. I like how detailed GTA 4 feels, but when it comes to Red Dead, maybe it could just be recency bias too, but I don't know. I think the story in I don't know, but the story in GTA 4 is so good too. But I find the story, at least for me, in Red Dead to be a little bit more gripping. I think because, I don't know. I don't know. I really can't explain it. I think because I have like I think I like that they're feeding me the info a little bit piece by piece. I'm like, oh, what happened between like you know, John and like Dutch's gang, and where is his family and all that. I don't know. Maybe I gotta wait until I finish it to be able to really put my thoughts together. But I love Red Dead. I love it so much. And every time I'm thinking like, man, what's the next game I want to play? I really want it to be 2. I really want it to be 2. I'm just scared if my computer can handle it, because I really don't think that it can. You know, when I went home for Christmas break, I found out that my dad got another PS5, so that way he could play Ghost Recon with my mom. And he was telling me about it. He's like, yeah, we got another one in the basement. We've been playing Ghost Recon with me and your mom have been playing Ghost Recon with your brother. My brother also has one. They've been playing online with him. My mom was like, I've never played Ghost Recon before. What's that? Oh my god. This PlayStation is being wasted here. It should be me. If I don't have my own PS5 by the time GTA 6 comes out, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna ask them to bring it over. I'm gonna bring it over myself, actually. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna borrow this for like the next, I don't know, 3 months. Sorry. Elite Trainer, hello, welcome. Time for Helldivers 2 on that PS5. I know, right? My dad keeps asking me to play, and I say, oh yeah, we'll play, but like our schedules never really align. I mean, I do want to play though, but not on my PC. I'm not gonna buy the game myself. I have too many games on here that I just don't touch. But he has, I know he has the game. Yeah, he's been asking me to play. I've been obsessed with, still obsessed with Succession. I think this year has been kind of the year of Succession again for me. I first watched the show in 2021. It was, I don't know, I think like the spring of 2021. My house had caught on fire that year, so me and my family, we had to like live in a temporary house. The house wasn't but we're living there temporarily for what was supposed to be like 6 months. Ended up being like, I think like closer to a year, maybe a little over a year. And yeah, this was like that year I was watching a lot of TV shows and a lot of movies because I didn't have any of my stuff. A lot of this stuff was like either being cleaned or something. So I this is one of the first shows that I watched, and it's a very wordy show. So I was watching it, and I was like, oh, I wasn't really into it at first. It took me a couple of tries on the first episode, but once I got into it, oh boy, I got into it. I have never seen a show... I've never rewatched the show. I think within such a short amount of time. I watched this, and then like 2 months later, maybe, if that, I was just like, you know what? I can't stop thinking about that show. I gotta watch it again. I think I watched it like as soon as season 2 ended. No. Or maybe like season 3 was about to come out. Yeah, season 3 was about to come out in like, I don't know, 3-4 months. And I was hooked. I was so hooked on it. And I don't even know why I like it so much. Last year was the year of Succession for me because I went to a Broadway play where the main actor for Succession, and as well as like a couple of other big name actors, like the guy's name Michael Imperioli? His name Michael? Or was it his name Michael? And I don't know. He was in The Sopranos. He played like the young guy in The Sopranos. That's why I tried to watch The Sopranos last year, but I don't know. I think it just wasn't the time. I wasn't like watching the rest of the episodes, and I was taking like long breaks in between. So in between the first 3 episodes. But he was there too. And then I don't know if you guys have ever seen You, but the girl who plays Love was also there. That was really cool, actually, to go to Broadway and like not just see big name actors doing their thing. It was like, the theater was really interesting too. It's called the Circle in the Square Theater. You go in there and the stage is like, it's literally like an amphitheater, right? And it's very small, very intimate. I think it only goes up like 5 or 6 rows. Succession is great. Oh my god, yes! I love this show so much. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I like this show. Besides, like, obviously, like, the writing is good, the characters are good. I think everybody can be like, yeah, it's a really good show. But the fact that I'm, like, obsessed with it like this, it even catches me by surprise, and I have no idea how to even verbalize. I don't know how to put it into words. And Phantom King, welcome, welcome, and Camera Calamar, hello. So I'm really glad that I love this show so much because it's kind of opened up this opportunity for me to go see something that I would never see. I went to go see a play called The Enemy of the People. An Enemy of the People, I think. Yeah, An Enemy of the People. And I mainly went just for the main actor, Jeremy Strong, because he's just cool. He's just cool. I just really wanted to see him in person. And yeah, he stayed behind and he signed everybody's like playbill, so that was really cool. Like I got to make eye contact with him for like half a second. Like I went with a friend and my friend was recording the whole like meeting, and I remember we made eye contact and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I made eye contact with Kendall Roy. It was like it was a play from like the 1800s, like 1880s, about like this doctor? A doctor? I think he was like a doctor. And he like found contamination in the water, and he's like, guys, there's contamination in the water. And like everybody is like, dude, like let's just not tell anybody about it, because if we tell people about it, it's gonna affect the tourism, and like, you know, nobody's gonna want to come to this town. It's gonna be too expensive to fix. I think we should just keep it on the hush hush, and fingers crossed everything will be okay. Well, the more that he was just like, no guys, I think we gotta tell people about this. Yeah, it was something like that. It's been a while, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. That's work. I should be a VOD friend for these reports when I get home. Gotta see this knee slappers. I will do my best to make you proud, Ponage. Have a good day at work. Thank you for stopping by. I came here to say you illegally pointing at people with your title. Illegally? Is it illegal to point at people? Call me a rule breaker. Call me a rule breaker then. I'm a demon after all. Arrest me! Arrest me then! Arrest me then! If it's illegal to point at people, then jail me for the rest of my life. I want to stick my finger in your face. The holy handcuffs? No, my wrists are gonna burn. But yeah, I would say Succession is my greatest obsession this year. I also went to go see The Apprentice too. My friends, they gifted me. So I tried to think really hard what would make this, like, what would be my obsession for this year, and I think this one would be it, because my friends, when they gifted me Succession themed coasters, I had like the biggest smile on my face. I was so happy to get this gift. So yeah, I was thinking, yeah, this is my obsession, and it's so, I feel like it's so cringe a little bit, because I feel like those super Hulakian girls on Tumblr, like back in 2014 and stuff, I didn't get it at the time. I could not understand like being obsessed with the live action show, but I don't know, here I am. I guess I get it now. Anyways, I am recommending going to things alone. Are you guys the type to go out to things alone? I've only gone out to big things alone though. I kind of want to go to a movie by myself. I've never had the chance to do that. But usually like people would start off going to a movie by themselves. But last year I started off the year by traveling alone for the first time abroad. That was really nerve-wracking. I was meeting up with some friends in Thailand. Some of my cult sisters are from Thailand, and it was our first time reuniting after 5 years. One of them was getting married, so those of us who are stateside went to go to Thailand to go visit. And, you know, typically we would have traveled together, like maybe met up at an airport or something, but I was like, hey, you know, while I'm in Asia, it's been a while since I went to go visit my family, and I might as well like try and just bunch up a bunch of things together while I'm there. So I spent 4 days in Tokyo, and that was a solo trip. I spent 4 days in Tokyo before, like, you know, going to Thailand for the wedding, and then doing like a bit of sightseeing, and going to visit family, and like meeting up with my mom towards like the last end of the trip. But the first 4 days was completely on my own. It was really scary, to be honest. It was quite scary, because I tend to mess things up. I'm rather ditzy, I'll admit that. So, you know, going to like a foreign country too, without having like any experience. Like I've never really been to Tokyo. Anytime I go to Japan, me and my family just go straight to Okinawa, and it's completely different. The last time I've been to Tokyo, I was there maybe like 8 hours. Maybe like 8. I mean, we were there overnight, but we didn't do like a lot of sightseeing and stuff, my mom and I. So I went there, and I had a blast. One of my friends, their schedule aligned with mine. We ended up being there around the same time. So when they flew in, we actually hung out for, I would say most of the days, maybe like 3 of the days or something. But it was really fun. It was really fun. I'm really glad that I didn't chicken out, and that I went, and yeah. It was really fun to like have agency over my own schedule, especially because I'm a walker and a wanderer. So my hotel was where? It was in Shibuya? No, Shinjuku. It was in Shinjuku. I was right by Shinjuku Station, and Yeah, I'm sure that if I were to go back over there, I would really recognize that area because I was wandering around it so much. I was close to Kabukicho, and it was really cool to see like the Godzilla thing. I saw Golden Guy. I'm very privileged and honored to go. Like, the more that I think about it, I'm just like, wow. Like, sometimes I'll think like, wow, I really didn't do a lot that year, but I think that trip was really the highlight of the year. It was just like so in the beginning. Like, I went at the end of January. But it really was the highlight. I really like proved to myself that I could do these kinds of things. It was really exciting to be able to do that. Even though I did miss my flight, I ended up having to fork over nearly $500 for a last-minute flight to Bangkok. But you know, my mom, her layover was at the same time, I guess. Her layover lasted less time than my flight. I think I had to be at Haneda Airport for like 12 hours or so. And I know that airport really, really well. Let me just say that. I know it really well. And then towards the end of the trip too, because my mom, her flight back home to the States was earlier than mine. So I dropped her off at the airport and I dropped off my luggage. And I got to spend the last day in Tokyo with a couple of people from the community. I got to spend it with I don't know. I was thinking, like, should I name drop? Should I name drop? But yeah. I got to spend it with a couple of creators in the community. So that was really, really cool to be able to, like, especially because one of them, they went to, like, they're very, very familiar with Akihabara. So it was really cool to, like, have them show me around and, like, see some of, like, the more, like, VTuber focused things that I probably wouldn't have been able to find. Which is funny because, like... Sorry. Akihabara was like my dream to go to as a kid, but by the time that, you know, I went there last year, I was kind of like over that phase of my life. But it was really cool to see like all of the VTuber focused stuff. So I recommend going to things alone. You never know what opportunities might open up for you. Like, I know that I did end up doing that kind of stuff with friends. I guess it was more like acquaintances that ended up becoming friends. But I don't know. I probably wouldn't have done that if I wasn't left alone with my mom, or by my mom. Yeah. I also went to like to Anime NYC alone. I went to the Hollow EN concert alone. I went to comedy show alone. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. Like, I think if there's something that you want to do... Did I go to a concert alone? Oh yeah, I guess it's just the Hollow EN concert. I don't know, if there's stuff that you want to do and you don't have anyone to go with you, like, I even started going to eat out alone, and I think it's a lot more fun than going with people. I don't know. Maybe I'm in my introverted era, but I think it's a lot more fun than going with people. But I like to follow, like, any curiosity that I have. Oh, like, when I went to eat alone in Tokyo, I think it was after I went to Golden Guy with my friend, but I was hungry after. I ended up going to this yakiniku restaurant alone, and I just was able to eat as little as I wanted, and I got, like, green tea, and I don't know. It's just really nice to kind of have that, that agency over your day. Nimby, good morning, welcome. It sounds like an adventure, honestly. It really was. I love these kinds of solo adventures, because not only do you learn a lot about, like, yourself, but I think, because I think I'm a very curious person. I like to, you know, follow my nose, and it's like, oh, it smells delicious over there. I wonder what's going on. And, you know, if you see a long line, you don't have to wait for, like, oh, you know, you don't want to wait in this line. Like, you can just do what you want to do. Yeah, avoid the group decision paralysis. It's just like, wow, this seems sweet. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go over here and check it out. I don't know. Go out alone. Try something alone. I think that leads into my next thing. I'm gonna treat myself to being more spontaneous. I think spontaneity when you're wandering around outside is is like it's a fun experience. Spontaneity, because you get to alright, I got my congestion is like it's getting up in my nose. You know, when you get like the pressure building up and you're like, oh gosh. Let me cough for a second. There you go. I usually don't have like sinus problems, so I get like very uncomfortable with it like really quick. But yeah, the spontaneity of doing things alone and just like following like whatever piques your interest. I think that's like a surefire way to A, discover hidden gems, and B, yeah. No B. Just A. Discover hidden gems. Finding something that, you know, you probably won't find otherwise. I used to be like a big planner. I used to plan like trips down to the minute. But, after moving here to the city and just like going on walks and just like looking around and being like, oh wow, like that's something that I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't walk down this path, because you know, I thought that one building looked nice and I wanted to take a closer look at that building, and now I see like this cool looking bar, like wow. Let's see, I'm trying to think of an example. One time I was walking around what's it called? Greenwich Village, I think? I don't know. I was just walking around there because the trees look really nice, and I've never really been to that part of the city before. And I was like, wow, it was like maybe late summer, so the trees were just starting to change color. You know, the townhomes are like, I guess like brick or like browns. I don't know. It just looked really picturesque. And I was like taking a look. I was like, wow, this is so cool. I see a street called Gay Street. I'm like, I had to take a picture of that. Haha, Gay Street. And I realized, oh, this is the Stonewall Bar. Like the I just know that it's like historically important for like the LGBT like civil rights movement. But yeah, it was really cool to like go over there. I read like the placard, is that what it's called? The little sign. And then I saw the bar itself and I was like, wow, this is really cool. Like I've read a lot about this online. Clearly not enough. I can't recall it off the top of my head. But I read a lot about it online and stuff. And I was just like, wow, I wouldn't have found this place if I didn't come over here because I thought the trees like looked nice today. You never know what you might stumble upon. And the other day, well not the other day, but the other week after my work holiday party, I was just following the Christmas lights. I ended up finding the Trinity Church, which is actually one of the oldest churches in the city. I think one of the first churches in the city actually. And also the church that Roman Bellic got married at, or it was like mostly modeled after that in GTA 4. Not just married at, but in my specific gameplay, perished. He got shot there. Golden Guy has a reputation, but it's not that bad. But going there alone, I went with a friend. We spent the day in we went to go drinking at the Muscle Girl bar. And then I was like, oh yeah, there's Golden Guy nearby my hotel. And we went over there. But I think the time that we went wasn't like too bad either, because it wasn't very crowded, at least like in the streets. It And like the bar that we went into was completely empty. Oh, yeah. We went to like a completely empty bar because we didn't know which one to go into. Because it's like just this narrow street and there's like a bunch of bars like just littered there, like multi-level. And we're just like, oh gosh, like there's so many options. And like some of them look crowded, some of them don't look crowded. We didn't know which one to pick. So I was like, you know what? Pick a number. We'll take that many steps and then we'll go to that bar. I think we picked like 11 or something. Walked 11 steps. We looked at the bars around us. There was one upstairs and we were like, oh, you know what? Let's go to that one. We walk in. It's completely empty. The guy's probably like, oh gosh, 2 Americans? We're both mixed Japanese, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know if he was able to tell or not, but we were speaking English and we weren't speaking Japanese at all. So maybe he was like, oh yeah, 2 Americans. Either way, we were the only ones there. They had a drink called habushu. Do you guys know what habushu is? It was actually a drink that I was super excited to try. Habushu. Habushu is my internet okay? Habushu. Oh, row. Okay. Well, I can't pull up a picture for some reason. If I Google it, it's not coming up. Wait, let me try now. Habu. Okay, there we go. I think maybe I just typed it in. Funny. Let me show you this. It's super gnarly. Habushu is it's a liquor. Okay, here it's an awamori based liquor. Awamori is a drink, like a type of alcoholic drink that's very specific to Okinawa. And in Okinawa we have a extremely poisonous viper. Is it a viper? A snake. Yeah, it's a pit viper. The habu snake. My mom, she used to hate it when my brother and I went into like the forest behind our house, because there was like a sick hill in the forest behind our house. But no, we had a sick hill in the house, but like the top of the house was kind of in like a forest. And she's like, don't go in there. She got really mad every time we go out in there. But like, you know, everybody in our neighborhood was like riding the cardboard like down, like sledding down, and it was super fun. But this is the reason why she didn't want us to go in there, because we had these vipers that are native to Okinawa. And I think for vitality and stuff, they put them into the awamori. Let's see, let me read it. A main distributor of habushu uses around 5,000 habu per year. The distillery uses crushed rice and koji mold to produce the awamori that goes into the habushu. The awamori is first mixed with herbs and honey, giving the clear liquid a yellow hue. A pit viper is then inserted into the liquid and stored until consumed. It is a typical practice to age the awamori for a long period of time. The alcohol helps the venom to dissolve and become non-poisonous. Some brands of habushu come with the snake still inside the bottle, which is mixed with honey and herbs. There is like, if you go to Kokusaidori, which is kind of like, Kokusaidori is like the international street. It's kind of like a tourist area where they have all the shops and stuff. You could get like souvenirs. They have like a lot of habushu bottles just lining it. But yeah, at the bar at Golden Guy, they had this there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta try it. I was so excited to try it. And it tastes like Fireball. I was very happy that I liked it, because it's like something that I grew up seeing quite often. And yeah, never thought that I would have the opportunity to drink If you ever see it, I would recommend trying it. It's not as scary as it looks. But yeah, I would say that's like a spontaneous thing to do. I would say this year I'm gonna treat myself to being more spontaneous, saying yes to more things. If something scares me, I want to try and do it. Yeah, that's yeah. I've seen that in Vietnam. I didn't know it was Japan too. Yeah, they have it in Vietnam. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. It's I mean, I think Okinawa itself, it's I would say it's rather close to Southeast Asia. It's closer. I think it's closer to Taiwan, or maybe it's just like some islands, maybe some specific islands. But the island that my grandpa is from specifically is like way closer to Taiwan than it is mainland Japan. Like I think you can see Taiwan from there on a clear day. Okinawa is very like tropical and all that. It says, wait, what does it say? These snakes are native to parts of Southeast Asia, including large island groups such as the Philippines, Ryukyus, and Japan. Oh, okay. When I play GeoGuessr, if I'm looking at a place and I'm like, this looks like Okinawa, but bigger, it's usually Taiwan. Anyways, let's go ahead and read your guys' reports. And go ahead and download them. First report we have is from J4. Thank you so much, J4, for submitting your report today. Ba-da-ba. I was able to see it okay. Let me make it a little bit bigger. You were reading the Witch comic. Oh, I didn't even know that they had a comic. I know that, I remember seeing the Witch show a lot as a kid growing up, but I never watched it. I kind of regret. I feel like that kind of stuff was right up my alley. I never watched Witch. I never watched Winx Club. Those are the two that comes to mind for those. But I love, like, they kind of remind me of Totally Spies. I don't know if there's like any similarity, but I love Totally Spies, so I feel like these would have been right up my alley. Anyways, you're reading the Witch comic. I loved the cartoon as a kid and wanted to check out the source material. Love the 2000s era teen age so much. Would you say that that it has like a more mature feel to the comic? I didn't even know that it was like based off the comic. That's so interesting. Oh, it has a completely different vibe, but it's still fun. So it's like I don't know if edgy is the word that I'm looking for, but you know, like Rugrats versus As Told by Ginger, right? That's the vibe difference. I feel like the cartoons today aren't really the same. But then again, I haven't really been watching a lot of cartoons today. I've been wanting to watch like Over the Garden Wall. I hear that was a really good cartoon. Or like, I don't know, when I'm thinking of like cartoons, especially I guess female-centered cartoons, I feel like when I'm thinking of like the ones from early 2000s, which I think is like a little bit before me. Like I watched a lot of Rugrats growing up, but I think maybe I just really wasn't watching cartoons on Nickelodeon that much. I was definitely like much more into Cartoon Network. I think that's where I saw all of my cartoons growing up. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah. Like I feel like Nickelodeon's cartoons back then were really like they weren't afraid to tackle like social complexities. Not that I watched a lot of it, but like that's the kind of feeling that I got from it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's why I didn't watch a lot of it. Maybe I wasn't interested in that stuff as a kid. But like growing up, like I've been wanting to watch As Told by Ginger too, because I remember seeing it when it was on TV, but I think like the just the way that it was airing, like I didn't really understand the dynamics between, like I wasn't regular enough viewer to really be like, oh, I really like this, you know? Like I didn't really understand the dynamics. I remember Ginger's friend, what's his name? Derek? He had like the head brace, and then like later on in the show he got like hot or something, and that was like a plot point. I kind of remember stuff like that, but like because to me as a kid that was like such a drastic change. I couldn't get into it because I didn't really understand. It was similar with like Avatar: The Last Airbender. As I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, I know this is good. I know that there's a through line with the story, but just the way that it's airing, I'm lost. I wasn't watching TV that regularly. I think like I think maybe that's why I watched Cartoon Network a lot more. Which is definitely more serious in tone, where Wings and Totally Spies are more comedic. Ah, but they're definitely a trio. Oh, okay. That was kind of right in the vibe. Is this like... Because I know that Totally Spies is like French animation inspired by anime. Is Witch and... Well, I'm gonna leave Wings Club out the conversation because we're not talking about that. But which is that like cut from the same cloth? Is this similar in that way? Or is it like American comic, American animation? I've always had, I don't know, I've always had like the assumption that it was like that. I guess Miraculous Ladybug was sort of the, I wouldn't say like the spiritual successor, but like it kind of feels, I kind of get like the same vibe. Oh, which is Italian. Ah, I see. So it's an Italian comic, French cartoon based off an Italian comic, and Winx is the same. Oh, that's so interesting. Maybe I'll give the comic a try. I feel like I've become much more of like a comic person than a animation person lately, because if there's boring parts, I could just read faster too. Because in Witch, don't they go to like a magic school or something? I love things when they're based off of a school. I actually like ended up watching not a lot of it, but I think it was like this one show where they are are they princesses? I don't remember. I watched like a couple episodes of it like in the middle of the night on YouTube one time, where I think they're like princesses or something who go to, it kind of reminded me of this Descendants. I've never seen Descendants, but like the plot reminded me of Descendants, but it wasn't like quite like that. Maybe it was Ever After High. I don't know. They just had the episodes up on YouTube, and I was like, let me just see like what's up with it. And I ended up watching like quite a bit. If you like the Witch comic, I would recommend Skydoll. I believe it has some of the same people behind it. Ooh, the name itself sounds like a lot more I don't know, like mysterious, a little bit more edgy. What is Witch about? Like friendship, sisterhood, and is it a magical girl? Would you consider it a magical girl? Now that I think about it, these are kind of like the West's answer to Sailor Moon in a way, isn't it? I've only seen Totally Spies, so just like assuming that they're all cut from the same cloth. Like Totally Spies has like the whole transformation sequences, and like, you know, I remember I wanted like do they have toys based on Totally Spies? I feel like they would have, but I've never like owned it or like seen it at the stores, or at least not that often. But like, you know, the little compact mirror or the laser lip gloss. Oh my god, I wanted that so bad. the Whoop compact mirror where they're talking to whatever the guy's name is. Oh man, I forgot all about that. I feel like yeah. You know, the more that I think about it, the more that I'm just like, I could totally see this being like Sailor Moon-esque. Oh, no magic school in which normal high school. Oh, that's even more fun. But they kind of get thrown in the deep end of magic stuff when they first discover their powers. Ooh, I love it. I think a normal high school is more fun. So some of my favorite parts of thinking about Bleach specifically is seeing how people with like otherworldly like abilities have to learn how to adapt to balancing both of their lives, you know, like balancing the life of like the paranormal or like the magical with the highs and lows of high school. High school's like such a good setting for stories like these. It's like, I don't know, it's timeless. It's completely timeless. Oh yeah, the Totally Spies games. I think I played the web games, but I remember they had like DS games and stuff too. Magical Girl Light, not too heavy on the typical tropes of the genre. More of a European fantasy Sailor Moon energy. Oh, ooh, that's so exciting. Okay, I'm gonna put the comics on my reading list then. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to it soon. I'm gonna have to make a list. I'm gonna make a reading list here. You know, I'm just gonna do let's call it Chat Rex. Reading. Which, you know, I was just thinking when I was watching Agatha that I never realized how much I really liked witches growing up. I don't really think it's something that, you know, you think about because it's like, oh, Halloween or whatever. But I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Twitches on Disney Channel with Tia and Tamara Mori. Oh my god, I thought they were the coolest. I thought that the movie was so cool because they had like the really like big chunky necklace, the sun and the moon necklace. I don't know. When I was watching Agatha, I was just like, man, witches are so sick. I forgot how much I loved that as a kid. Witches, and like I had a book called Dragonology, just like all of that kind of stuff. European fantasy is... it's so good. It's so good. I feel like we don't talk about it enough. Okay, anyways. Eating Christmas treats. So many cookies and candy. Oh, so delicious. What kind of cookies do you make for Santa Claus? You make cookies for Santa Claus? I keep up that tradition. I think it's very important. Gotta put up the milk as well. And it's funny because my parents, my Santa Clauses, they still take the bite out the cookie and they still drink the milk. Even though we all know in the house, but it keeps the magic alive. I think I saw a video the other day about this guy. He was talking about the Polar Express, right? And talking about like the, I don't know, he really like described Polar Express in a way that like through like holding on to belief and faith and all of that. And I don't know, it was like a way where I was like, oh, you know, I never thought about the movie that way. You know how like a lot of the people are played by Tom Hanks. He's like, oh, it's like all of the different like outcomes of his life, of if he has faith and like belief and if he doesn't. And anyways, it gave me a new appreciation for the movie. But he ended the line he ended the video on this sentiment where it's like, well, in my family, like I still believe in, was it? He said something like I still believe in Santa Claus, or like it just, in my family we call them by different names. And he showed like a video of like his mom and dad, and I thought it was so sweet, and it really like reframed my thought on Santa Claus. Of not just seeing Santa as like you know, this mythological father of Christmas, but rather like the spirit that lives within Christmas. Like, your parents are Santa Claus in a way because they're the one that's making the magic happen. I don't know. He ended it. He framed it a lot more poignant than I can ever describe it. But yeah. What kind of cookies do you guys make for Santa? If I did, it would either be chocolate chip or sugar cookies. Ooh. Would it be homemade? We've never made homemade cookies for Santa Claus. Maybe that's like maybe that's why he doesn't visit my house directly. Maybe that's why he's told my parents to just do the job for him. We get like the Pillsbury ones with the decoration in the middle. You know how they do those seasonally? They have like the Thanksgiving ones, they have the Easter ones, they have the Halloween ones. But those are my favorite cookies. I could eat a whole box of those. They're so freaking good. I'm sure he loves them too. But that's the cookies that we make every single year without fail. For as long as I can remember. Sorry, Boomi, no report for today. I'll take my F. No F's given. There's no F's given. I don't give a F. Knee slapper. Did you hear it? No worries at all. No worries at all. You can join in the discussion from hearing your fellow boomers' reports. I make homemade chocolate chip cookies. You know, I've never made homemade cookies before. I've only made them once in the 8th grade. Because, was it 8th grade? Maybe it was like the 9th or 10th grade. Where for a home economics class, they're like, oh, you gotta make a meal for your family. So I think it had to be like an appetizer, entree, and dessert. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make... I think I made snickerdoodle cookies. I tried to make snickerdoodle cookies for dessert. I followed the recipe to a T. Tasted like freaking crackers. I was just like, no, this cooking thing's not for me after all. I like cooking now. I would try and give baking another shot, but oh my god, those cookies were so disappointing. They had like the consistency of a cookie, but they were just like, I don't know, maybe just slightly salty. Maybe it's the recipe I picked, but it was not good. It was not good at all. That's why I stuck to like boxed cookies, pre-processed cookies. Homemade chocolate chip sounds so good though. You know, it's a little blasphemous, but okay, I like oatmeal raisin more than I like chocolate chip. I like oatmeal raisin more than I like chocolate chip cookies. Call me a boomer. I don't care. Oatmealraisinsthabomb.com. I actually... Well, most people would get disappointed if they're like, oh no, this isn't a chocolate chip cookie. It's an oatmeal raisin. I get disappointed the other way. Oh, it's not oatmeal raisin. It's a chocolate chip. Yeah, going back to the dried fruit. Oh man. Maybe I am a boomer after all. You leave carrots for the reindeer. I've never heard of that. I know that there's like reindeer mix that they do in elementary school, and I think it's like pretzels and like marshmallows and like I think like M&Ms and stuff, like just a bunch of candy. And you leave it outside for the reindeer. As a kid, I was so worried because I lived in a place that was like really tropical, so you're not gonna have a chimney. I was like, how the hell is Santa Claus gonna get inside? Like, I was so worried, but he always came without fail. And it's not like I never had a chimney, but yeah, the more that I thought about it, when I was a kid, and like the more I realized, like I don't have a chimney, we don't have a fireplace. Like, does he just come through the front door? Do we leave the door unlocked? You know, a scary thing. I remember there was a time where my dad was working abroad for like a long time. He was nowhere near the house. I heard my mom, she was calling him on the phone upstairs in her room, and it was Christmas Eve, and like, you know, you can't sleep on Christmas Eve as a kid. You're really excited, and you know, I'm staying in bed, I'm curled up under the blankets, and I hear my mom talking to my dad on the phone. But downstairs, I heard another noise of like somebody heavy walking downstairs. and you know, before that, I was like on the fence. That like squeezed out like 3 more years of believing in Santa Claus for me. I told my mom about it the next day, and she seemed so concerned. She was just like, I didn't go downstairs at all. I think my parents put the stuff up like early in the morning or something. I don't know. But she's like, I didn't go downstairs at all last night. Oh my god. People who prefer chocolate chip probably also like chewing on bricks. I know, the only reason I like chocolate chip is if it's like a soft one. But then again, I think I just don't like chocolate chip because I'm not much of a chocolate person. I think I like the chocolate if it's hard. But only if it's like, you know, bar chocolate, like a Willy Wonka kind of bar chocolate. I don't know. I'm not a chocolate girl, I think. Anyways, you're playing God Eater 3, trying to finish before the end of January. God Eater 3, what kind of game is that? The first that I'm hearing of it. For some reason I thought it was like a culinary game, but maybe I'm just hungry. I hope you're having fun with it. Is it like a story-driven game? Or is it more of a, I don't know, like a puzzle? Like a roguelike? What kind of gameplay? They're obsessed with developing TTRPG. Is it tabletop? Tabletop RPG worlds and systems? Like D&D? D&D? You know, I'd love to do... I think it'd be so much fun to do, like... Is it a D&D, like, reskin? Or do they call it a homebrew? Is that what it's called? A homebrew? Like a reskin or something? But based in the Venus world. I think I would have so much fun being a DM, but I think I also, like, don't have the improv skill or even just, like, the depth of knowledge when it comes to tabletop gaming to be able to lead something like that. But I think it'll be so much fun, though, to do something within the world of Venus, because I also really do like building worlds. I had so much fun building the lore for Venus, and, like, I can get really carried away with the details. I don't know. I think it depends on if we still like want to use the lore or not. But I hope one day in the future I can show you guys like all of the I guess like details, for lack of a better word, that I put into building like the lore. Like each of us have our own region. Venus started with 4 members, so each of us had our own region, and then we had like the melting pot region, which was Venus, and we basically all had agency on developing the region however we liked. But like 2 of our gen mates, they graduated, so we ended up not really doing too much with the lore, but we have like this such a good foundation. I try to think of like all the contingencies, and like I think that one of the fun parts about doing a fantasy-based world is how to ground your magic in the world. And you know, I think I probably was like way more focused on this than the debut preparation too, because I'm thinking like how I don't know. I just had so much fun writing it, but like at the expense of not really like focusing on like the whole VTuber side of it. We just got really carried away with the lore, but it was a lot of fun doing that, and like grounding the magic, and like some of the stuff I'm just like, oh, you know what, I don't have to think that hard about it, but at the same time it's really fun to think hard about it when you don't have to. Oh, anime Monster Hunter is God Eater 3. I've never played Monster Hunter before. I know that they have Monster Hunter Wilds coming out. That's pretty highly anticipated. I don't know if it's my type of game. You guys think I would enjoy it? You guys think it would be fun? To be honest, I don't really know if I like JRPGs. I've only played like a little bit of Final Fantasy here and there, and I could never like fully get into it. Like I remember playing Final Fantasy, what's the one with lightning? Is it 13? I think it was 13. And I also played I think 12? Well, what's the one with the guy with like the crooked neck on the cover? Let me look. I hated that cover because his neck was always crooked. Final Fantasy. I'm pretty sure I ranted about this on stream one time too. Yeah, yep, that's it. Yeah. I was like, really? They can't center his neck? Why he leaning like that? But yeah, I only played a little bit of those. I couldn't really get into it, unfortunately. There's tons of systems beyond. Oh, really? Beyond D&D that TTRPGs use. A lot that are rules light, so the focus can be less on the mechanics and more. Ooh, I have no idea. Because I always thought like, wow, Dungeons and Dragons sounds fun, but it seems like really complicated. I've played D&D. I played once on Twitch. It was like a pretty long campaign with Grand Lorian. His whole channel is so cool because all of his campaigns are in a shared universe. So there's like a lot of resources to look into and stuff. I played, what's my character's name? I don't remember her name. But she was a elephant, like an elephant like heiress or something, and it was a lot of fun to play her. But that was my first time playing, and then I played another time, a one-shot on Duo Leveling's channel, and that was a lot of fun too. I just feel like I'm not, like, I love role-playing, but I've always been like a text-based role-player. I don't think that I have like the quick-wittedness, at least not yet, to be able to like, you know, do it off the cuff. But I love listening to Not Another D&D podcast. I don't know if you guys know that. I also liked Dimension 20 a couple years ago, but a few years ago, that's what one made me want to play. It was my very first exposure to D&D. I was a big fan of Jake and Amir and on College Humor, and I heard that they were doing, well, only Jake, but Jake Hurwitz, Emily Axford, what was her husband's name? Emily's husband's. Gosh, I could think of his face, but I can't remember his name. But it's just like people from College Humor had like their own D&D campaign, and they had like other guests from old College Humor, or like Dropout, I guess, which is what College Humor is called now. I don't know. It was just really fun to like see those names again, but not about an D20 name drop. Yeah, it was my very first exposure. So when I heard that, like, you know, just hearing who's the TM? It was Emily's husband, wasn't it? Gosh, I can't remember his name. I know that when I hear it, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that's what it was. But yeah. And then Dimension 22. Oh my gosh, it's just watching those. That's what I expected D&D to be. But my level is not quite there yet to feel like very. And I think like they have the benefit of like being really close friends with each other for probably decades at this point. So the chemistry is like really off the charts versus this like, you know, if you're playing with like Yes, Brian Murphy! Murphy! Exactly! Oh my gosh. He's a really great DM. But once they brought in Brennan Lee Mulligan, holy god, oh my gosh. Holy. He's so good. I want to join a campaign like that, but I think that's like something that is you have to find the right group. You have to have like the organic chemistry within the group. I think that was something that developed over time in my group, but like, you know, it took a bit to get into it, especially for my very first campaign. But still, I don't know. I want to play Baldur's Gate. I have Baldur's Gate too. I haven't had the chance to play it yet. Anyways, I'm over here yapping. Let's continue the report. You're recommending coding. I started learning using free code cap. It's really fun and rewarding. Oh, what kind of languages are you learning in coding? I took a coding class in high school because I was in a like an engineering program. And I ended up realizing, thankfully, before I like spent money on a degree for it, that I'm like, I don't like this at all. I stuck with it for 4 years, and that class caused me so much stress. But luckily, it was weighted on like a 4.5 point scale, so your grade will be bumped up by like 1.5. So if you got like a C, it'll turn into a B+, thankfully. But yeah, when I realized I didn't like the main like electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, we did like thermodynamics. When I was like, I don't like any of that stuff, I turned to coding because I was really into on the text-based roleplay sites. Like it started off with Gaia Online, but then, you know, if you move to like pro boards, you get to learn HTML, and then if you move to stuff like JC Inc. or JSync, I don't know how it's pronounced, but I think they started using like what is it? Like CSS? I don't know what the names are, but yeah. I was like, well, I can do that. Maybe I'll try coding. We learned Python, and I mean, I understood the point of the exercise. There was like oh, you know, code something to like copy and paste this image or something like that. I'm just like, as a high schooler, like I understood that, like, okay, you know, you're doing this to be able to learn how to code. It's an exercise to learn how to code. But I'm like, why the fuck would I do this through code instead of just doing it like in any other program? It was so frustrating. After that, I was like, yeah, I don't think I like coding either. Because you could take like I think the coding class, which sucked. We couldn't get... Usually you're supposed to get college credit for these classes, but the coding class that I took was a pilot program. So we couldn't earn credit for that class because we were the guinea pigs. I think after that, there was like advanced coding, and then they had like basic coding. And I was like, I'm not taking a... Regrettably, I didn't take a normal math class in senior year of high school. So I ended up taking like a basic coding class. It was so easy. It was... Oh, I loved it. It was so easy. But when I ended up taking my math, like, I guess, entrance exam for college... I didn't study. I flunked that. I got put in the worst of the worst math class. Anyways, that's my experience with coding. I don't think I've really gone back. But I think I was able to do some pretty solid stuff. Like, I think even now, if I'm, you know, in like Streamlabs or something, and I'm like looking through code, I know what to look for. I know how to tweak things a bit. I think some of that has still stuck with me, but... Oh, Java! Java, I think, is really fun too. I haven't touched Java, but I think that's a good one to learn as well. I know some coding via game engines. Most languages have the same basic principles. Oh! Yeah, now that you mention it. Now that you mention it, they are like I feel like it's a lot more I don't want to say like straightforward than you would expect, but yeah. When you look at a code, I think like if you understand one, then you can kind of look at it and sort of deduce, because it's like grammar, right? It's like grammar in a language, yeah? I don't know, it's been a while since I've like touched anything like that. I just remember I did not like doing Python. I got a lot of help from my classmates on those assignments. Another one, when we started learning how to code, they started us off on this website called Scratch.io. I think that's like a kids coding website. That was my favorite unit. We got to make like a little video game on there. But yeah, Scratch is like drag and drop code blocks. So that way you can understand how code works before you're actually like typing things out. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Scratch coding. Yeah, I think it's for little kids. Gonzo, welcome! I hope you're having a lovely day. Here you go. I don't know if the website still looks like this, but you can see like the different code blocks. You got like the scripts. You could do like motion. You could do like when the let me bring this up. Like, you could do like, oh, when the start button is clicked, it'll trigger blah blah blah. And like when the sprite is clicked, or like when you press the right arrow key, you can do stuff like that. Go to X, like go to these coordinates, or change the character, you can repeat it, like that kind of stuff. So I think it's like if you want to get into it, but maybe you're not like quite sure about it, and maybe like the whole setup in general is intimidating, I think this is a really good start. A really good place to start, because it makes it very visual for you. Makes it very, very visual for you. And yeah, you get to learn like the bones, I guess, before actually diving into the more complicated aspects. Tower, hello! I wish I got into coding. I remember people were being like, oh yeah, this is like the I guess like degree to get, because it's going to be so important for all jobs in the future. But it's kind of crazy how like AI is sort of encroaching on that territory nowadays too. Like that's something that you thought for sure would be safe. I mean, I guess in general it's like you're still gonna have to have some human combing through all of it, but yeah. It seemed like one of those untouchable job fields, but I also get a lot of people who are like majoring in computer science too. Isn't it kind of like a bit of a tough zone right now as well? I don't know. Nothing is safe. Scratch should be fun. There's a few engines with this kind of... Oh, really? Kind of visual scripting. Game Maker and Unreal both have something similar. I think that's like, at least for my eyes, it's so nice. It's so easy to look at. I've seen like some people on like Instagram who have like the whole a day of my life as like a software engineer, and they have themes for their codes, and it's like super pink and cute and girly. I didn't know you could do that either. I was like, oh, you know, if you can customize it like that, then I think that it's really nice that they have these options to help hold your attention and like make you feel passionate about looking at lines of text for hours on end. I remember I hated the coding class because the bugs, having to like debug stuff, and just like, where the fuck did I go wrong? Really, AI can generate a decent game of Snake right now? Isn't that so crazy? Isn't that so impressive? I remember going onto cleverbot.com and being like blown away by the fact that it could recite like My Little Pony lyrics back to me. And now look at it. You could actually have a legit conversation. I mean, I guess you could have a legit conversation with Cleverbot, but you can actually like have I guess a little bit more nuance in the conversation nowadays. And it's only been like, I don't know, like a couple of years since this. Like, I feel like AI, the idea of AI hasn't really jumped into the general consciousness and like until like, I don't know, like 2-3 years ago. 3 years ago, maybe? I don't know. It's just crazy how far it's come in such a short amount of time. You're treating yourself by buying more RPG source books. Just bought Slug Blaster Slug Blaster Game of the Year edition. Ah. Wait, I'm gonna take my braces out. I think it's making it hard for me to talk. I don't have to have my... I had my retainers in for a while because I didn't wear it at all during winter break. I left it in the cleaner when I got into the taxi. I was like, I'm gonna wear them straight for a few days, just like normally, instead of just wearing them at night because I was scared that my teeth shifted. But when I put them in today, it felt pretty normal. So maybe I'm good to just going back for retainer use. This is much better. I drink some water too. RPG source book. So is that like they help you with like the strategy and stuff and like the technical aspects of the game? I remember when like buying those kinds of like books, like the companion books to games, just like, was it popular? Would you say that was popular? I always bought the companion books to the Pokemon games, with like, you know, all of like the moves lists and stuff. Even though I wasn't like that deeply into Pokemon, now that I think about it. I was the kind of player that never got like any defensive moves on my Pokemon. Everything that I did was just straight attack. I don't think I'm like that into like the like technical aspects of games now that I think about it. But I always want the companion books to Pokemon. And yeah. I feel like you don't see people doing that anymore because you could just buy, like, you have to be a big fan of the game, because you could just like look up the stuff online instead. I kind of feel like that's a missing art though for the games, and that was like such a fun thing to have to accompany your game with, accompany your PlayStation sessions with. The Diamond and Pearl, that's the one I have too. I remember my friend always beat me when we were doing like when we were battling against each other, so I would bring that book with me when I went over to her house so I could look up stuff. Because I was never good at the you know, like the chart of like what's effective and like what's not effective. I was never good at that kind of stuff. Learning how to debug is important as learning how to code. Yeah, I agree. When you want to learn how to code, it's just like learning a language, right? You want to not just learn the grammar, but you don't want to learn just what's right, but you want to learn why something is wrong. I know the pictures is old news, but my grandma once showed me a picture of a cute turtle with a cake that was clearing. I know, right? That's like one thing that I'm afraid of too, because it's like, I mean, I don't think my parents have quite gotten there yet where they're, especially like my dad, he's like for his job, it's like stuff like that, right? So I think he has a pretty good eye for what being able to discern between what's AI and what's not. And then I hope that that kind of rubs off on my mom too. Oh, but my aunt will send me, it hasn't been AI stuff, but it'll be like, oh, if you go to TGI Fridays on this certain day and you show this coupon code, then you get like $10 off your meal or something. And it's like clearly like a phishing scam. And I don't know, like AI, like you kind of forget when you're, especially like in a space that's so like, I guess online and I guess so tech savvy as the VTuber community, you kind of forget how at least I do, how other people browse the internet, I guess. like, I don't go on Facebook anymore, but when I go on Facebook and I'm seeing like just the utter trash that like populates that website, I'm like, oh my, it's just all like AI and rage bait, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, oh god, oh no, we're not in good hands, are we? This isn't okay. It's not okay. For a long time, I think like, oh, I'm fine. Like, I think we're all fine. Like, I think we all know. But you go into like a website that has a very like older population, and just like, oh, you start to get a little concerned, just a little bit. Anyways, J4, thank you so much for sharing your boomer report with us. It was great. I'm definitely gonna check out Witch. I'm very excited to check it out. Thank you so much for submitting your report. Let's see. What else did you also submitted a story? I'm so happy to have found your channel this year. Oh, thank you. I'm excited to keep joining you on your adventures and exploits. Thank you so much. It's lovely to have you here as well. It's always like nice to have new faces come by and enjoy themselves here to the point where, you know, they want to become a regular. Like, it really means a lot to me. So thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for submitting your report. And I'm also happy to have you along with me on this journey. I hope to go on more adventures this year. I don't know. I've been really interested in I guess making videos. I think I've always had an interest in making videos, but it's been more of like a passing interest. But now that I've been just like recording more stuff and wanting to look back on it, like home videos, you know? I feel people don't make home videos anymore. They make vlogs. I want to make home videos. Just like document the things that I see, the stuff that I think is interesting. And I've kind of gotten in the habit of doing that just for like, you know, saving it on my Snapchat as like my own personal memories. But I don't know, just having it like organized in a way that I can look back on it more often. And I think this just comes down to like just throwing it all into like one relevant video. But I don't know, I want to do stuff more like that. I think it's fun to look back on, and I hope maybe for you guys it'll be fun to see things through my eyes. I think that's one thing that I find really fun about video making, is that you're experiencing the world through how other people perceive it. Because, you know, sometimes you're just walking and you walk by things that like not other people aren't gonna notice. I think it's really fun to like, I don't know, see things through like the eyes of somebody else. Like, oh, you know, I probably wouldn't have recorded this, but I'm glad that this person recorded it, and it's like inspiring me to take a deeper look at like for me, for buildings. I don't know, I'm not like really into architecture, but I like seeing maybe it's like a budding interest of mine. I'm like not like super into it, but you know, if I see a cool building, then I'm gonna walk towards it, take a picture, take a video, and try to learn more about it. I guess maybe from like history or something. I don't know. Anyways. You also shared a question. What new places have you discovered this past year? Like a new store, restaurant, way to get home, etc. Oh, I love this question. You guys, here, let me add this as like a text. I think that'll be fun. Right here. And then let me just adjust this real quick. Maybe do 72. Okay, maybe not. Give me a sec. There you go. There you go. I love this question. Let me make it a little bit easier to read. Let's do 60. And we'll do yeah, add an outline to it too. Outline, and outline will be black. Okay. Okay, there you go. There we go. This is kind of easy to read. Is it better? What new places have you discovered this past year? New store, restaurant, or a way to get home? Chat, you guys are more than welcome to answer this question too. That's a good question. Wait, let me look through my pictures to jog my memory real quick. I'm scrolling. A new place that I've discovered this year. A restaurant? I would say maybe in the same vein of looking at buildings in a different way. A new place that I've discovered would be... You know, okay, I'm gonna twist the question a little bit. A new place that I've discovered, maybe not necessarily like a brand spanking new place. No, I don't know. I think I'm probably twisting the question too much. Because I was gonna say that there's like this area that I walk around a lot in. Not out of any particular reason. I just sort of, when I'm walking, I just go like to the same place. I think it's like the Lower East Side. That's where I usually like find my legs ending up for some reason. I just love walking to that place for some reason. No matter how many times, like usually after every dentist appointment, I'm walking like, I don't know. I'm just going on a walk, enjoying the city. I walk like maybe like 40 blocks or something. Which sounds crazy, and it is. My legs are tired by the time I get home. But I don't really like leave my house too often. So anytime I do get the chance to explore the city, I usually do. And one of the times that I was walking around, I wandered upon a PF Chang's. You know how PF Chang's, they have like the big Mongolian like horses, like right... Is it Mongolian? Is PF Chang's even Mongolian? I don't know, but they have like the giant horses, right? Like in front of the restaurant and stuff. I was like, oh, cool, a horse. Right next to the horse, they had a call it a placard? A plaque? Is it just a plaque? I don't know, like, you know, one of the signs that's like, hey, it's about this building. Like, this is the building that you're at. The building that I saw is a I'm reading it off right here. Off of my phone. Sorry, I don't really have like a picture to show you, but I'm reading it off my phone from a video. It is was built in 1862, I think. Oh no, maybe it's a memorial. I think it was a memorial for the site. It says 1799 9th Regiment New York S State M 1908. I don't really know. Maybe it's like, oh, Veterans of the Regiment. Maybe it was like erected. The plaque was erected in 1908, but it said that at the location of the PF Chang's, it was previously the headquarters were located here of the 1799 19th Regiment. The headquarters were located here, and the organization marched away in defense of the Union, 850 strong, May 27th, 1861, after a service of 3 years in the Army of the Potomac. The return home from the war was with 17 officers, 70 enlisted men on June 11, 1864. It had taken part in 28 battles, viz. Bull Run, 1862, South Mountain, and Titom, Fredericksburg. I think just like listing all of the places. Chancellorsville, Gettysburg, the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, etc., etc. So I think like it's a site where the headquarters of the regiment was located for something back in the Civil War, and they like listing all the battles that the veterans fought in and stuff. And just thought it was really strange that that site was now of PF Chang. I think it was like directly across from another like Civil War armory or something, like a big armory building that I think now is just like a military building. But yeah, I guess that could be like a new place that I've discovered. And it taught me that, you know, even if it looks like just your regular chain restaurant, who knows what was sitting there beforehand. I really love that they have these plaques up all over the city, because it's like, it's really cool to see, really cool. I don't know, I was gonna say sad, maybe a little bit sad. But I think more so really cool to see like the living history of the place that you're at. There's another thing, I saw it on like a YouTube video, but I want to go visit the park. I think it's Bowling Green Park down in Lower Manhattan, where back in the American, like before the American Revolution, King George, I believe, sent to the colony a big golden statue of himself. And like all of the residents of the city were so upset. They're like, oh my god, fuck this guy. Why the hell, we hate him. Why is he sending this here? They tore down the statue and they melted down the gold and turned it into bullets. They used that bullets to go fight the redcoats. And the fence that was up during that time is still there today. And you can see like the parts where the defense was broken from when they tore down the statue. And I thought that was so cool, because if you just go to that park, at least for me, I would never think about that. I would never think about that. So I want to go and see it myself and maybe like learn a little bit more. But yeah, I think yeah. I also love like the little circle thing that you can do with the Google now. I think they call it like Gemini or something, but how you could circle. I usually like bring up my camera, I pull up the Gemini app, and I circle like a building that I think is interesting, and I try to learn more about it. That's how I learned about like the armory across the street from the PF Chang's. And at like by Washington Square Park, there's like this really cool like apartment building. I was just like, this is really nice architecture. Like, I wonder what's there. Apparently, it's like a very big like celebrity apartment complex. I think like a lot of like directors or something lives there. I was like, wow, that's really neat. Like, it's a lot of history. Wherever you look, wherever you breathe, whatever direction you breathe in, you wouldn't expect that. Pop culture history, like just like regular, I guess, like political history. I don't know. Oh my gosh! And when I was by the Trinity Church too, when I was looking at Christmas lights, I walk past this restaurant. I don't even remember what it's called. I was looking at the plaque over there. I believe it was the restaurant where George Washington had his inauguration. That was so cool. That was so cool. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my god, George Washington was here. I love history so much, and I think it's so cool that I don't know, that the stuff there, you just touch it and it's still there, you know? Anyways, that's a lovely question. I love this question so much. Alright, let's go to our next report. This report is from Dennis! Dennis, thank you so much for submitting your report! Yeah, bringing it up. Ta-da! Alright! Dennis is reading Warm Bodies. Ooh, you know, I was like reading, I thought I saw this movie. I didn't know it was based off of a book. Okay, started it going to probably read it on and off. It's a zombie love story, and there's even a movie. I saw the movie. My friend and I went to the movie theater, but I was like an angsty teen, and I was like, you know, really anti-Twilight. I know you guys probably remember me telling this story. In the 6th grade, my friend, I was the only person invited to her birthday party, and her parents gifted her Twilight. and she read that book the entire time, and literally like from the moment, I think she got it in the car or something, like the gift. I think it was like the very first thing that she got, the very first thing that we did during her birthday. So entire time I was ignored. I ended up having to play Pokemon with her brother because she was reading Twilight the whole time. So I had a very big grudge against Twilight, and it was also popular to hate at the time. I had a reason. I had personal beef with the book. So when I went to go watch Warm Bodies at the movie theater with different friends a few years later, I went into it not wanting to like it. Because, I mean, I guess it was supposed to be like a spoof of Twilight in a way, but like that didn't really register to me at the time. I don't know if spoof is the right word, I don't know. But I know that, I don't know, was it like trying to hit the same market? But at the same time, it did kind of feel like a parody, I don't know. Either way, I went into it wanting to not like it, but I ended up leaving and like, it's charming. It's charming. I haven't seen it since then, but it was a fun movie. It was a fun movie. Twilight adjacent, yeah. I was like, oh great, they're doing zombies now. Like, what's next? And to hear that it's actually based off a book, it feels I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, Twilight adjacent. I think they're trying to hit the same market, but I kind of remember, I haven't seen this movie since then, but I kind of remember that the movie felt a little bit more like they wanted, like they acknowledged like, oh yeah, you know, you're probably thinking about Twilight as you're reading or watching this, but I don't know. I don't know, I'm trying to think. How much of the movie do I remember? I don't think I remember much of it. I remember leaving the movie theater thinking like that wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I hope you're enjoying the book. I'm glad to hear that it's better written. Much more, yes, it's much more intentionally comedic. Yes. And maybe that's why I got like the impression like, oh, is this supposed to be a parody or not? But yeah. Much more intentionally comedic. I'm glad to hear that it's a better ride than Twilight. I've never seen the movies. I've seen like the clips and stuff, but I heard that like the movies have aged better now because I think you know, everybody knows that Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson are like very talented actors. So they're very established in their careers, especially after this, especially after all the hate that these movies have gotten, and that it's like so campy that it makes it like a fun watch. You know, I don't know nothing. Well, I'm not gonna say know nothing about Twilight. I know about like the imprinting of the baby and that's it. But yeah. Maybe one of the days, maybe for Halloween, we could do like a watch along. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be like that into all the movies though. I wonder. I feel like the first movie is about as good as the movie. Only the first one? Don't they have a lot? Isn't there like 5 or 6? I think we all know about the baby imprinting at this point. This is like the most shocking thing, right? I remember like all the other moms in our cul-de-sac was like super into Twilight too. Like they'll have their toddlers like running outside, and all the moms would be reading the books. That was a crazy time. Twilight was something else. Twilight was something else. Let's see. You're eating the McRibs, the Rick Mibs, the McRibs. Are they good? No. Do I love them? Yes. 7.5 McRibs. When did they come out? They came out like what? Like a month ago? I thought with all the hype around the McRib that it'll taste a lot better. I get what you mean though. Are they good? No. Do I love them? Yes. Because sometimes you want that shitty food. what's the shitty food that I crave? I guess like Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Sometimes you don't want like a regular taco. Sometimes you want a Taco Bell taco. Oh, they came out. Oh, came out Junior, so they ended. Ah, they ended the season, so it's like a limited time. I feel like because I don't eat the McRibs. I never pay attention to the release schedule. Every time they're like they're back, I'm like, oh, it left. It left. Maybe I should give it another shot. Cause I don't know what I expected when it came to the McRib, so I think that's probably why I was so off-put when I bit into it. It's just like, I don't want to say mystery meat, but it's like a rib-shaped meat slathered in barbecue sauce. I can see the appeal though. I can see the appeal. Maybe next time it comes back, I'll give it another shot. 7.5 McRibs is crazy. Had a girlfriend lend me the book to read. It was something. I've never read a page of Twilight. Is it possible to like read the books on stream? Maybe not like all of it, and maybe not like the whole entire book, but maybe like read a... Oh, I know Google does the previews. I wonder if we can read some previews. Oh, it is mystery meat. I thought for sure, I was like, oh, I'm sure it has like some kind of shape in here, but I guess not. John, hello, welcome. McRibs are the fast food equivalent of people who announce on social media that they're taking a break. Only McRibs are the Selena Gomez of the McDonald's menu item. Let's see, you're playing Dungeon Claw and Pokemon Trading Card Game Mobile. I know the Pokemon game is so... Pokemon TCG in general has gotten so popular, hasn't it? I've seen... I don't know if it's because I have a friend who's like doing like the unwrappings. So I get like a... I like those, you know, to be supportive. And I keep getting more of like those Pokemon like trading card game unwrapping ones on my feed. So I was like, oh, it must be getting pretty popular. But then again, it could just be my For You page. But then again, the mobile game is also really popular too. So like the trading card game is kind of, I'm assuming, is seeing like a bit of a boom right now. I just saw like this one lady who I think it was in like maybe Thanksgiving. She was like, man, it looks like so much fun seeing like all the people doing the unwrapping. So she was like using regular playing cards, pretending that she was unwrapping. And I guess she went into the whole rabbit hole. She bought herself some cards. She started doing unwrapping ones. And then like a month after, she found herself at her first Pokemon TCG tournament, like at her local game store, and was just, I don't know if it was a tournament, I don't know, maybe it was, but she was just playing with like other people. And at that point I was like, oh, this is getting like pretty popular then. She's the only creator so far that I've seen like get that deep into the rabbit hole. But yeah. Oh, it's the top TCG right now. Oh, isn't it usually Magic the Gathering? Is that usually the top one? I honestly know nothing about TCGs, but I probably have like over 200 something cards myself. I have like a couple of Pokemon ones that my friends gave to me, or like that I got from like McDonald's kids meals or something. They had one called like Duel Masters. I think I got that from Burger King. And I have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I know nothing about... I've never seen a Yu-Gi-Oh show. I've never played the game. I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But I remember when I was growing up, that was so popular. And I really liked the art on there. So my friends would give me like any of their duplicates or like their useless cards. But I have like 200 something of those. Maybe more. I have a lot. I think I probably have it somewhere in my room now that I think about it. Maybe I could go through them on stream. I have maybe it'll be a blast from the past for some of you guys if you're into Yu-Gi-Oh, because these cards are like at least 25 years old at this point. Maybe not 25, maybe close to it though. There's a Disney one called Arcana. Oh, so it has like Disney characters and stuff. That sounds really fun. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about TCGs. I only played I played Way Shores once because I got the cards. I got the Love Live Way Schwartz cards because I thought that it would be like the mobile game like art on there. I just wanted to see the art and it was nothing like it, and I was like, well, that was a waste of money. But I held on to them for a couple of years, and one of the frat bros from college, he was also like really into anime and stuff, so he had his own Way Schwartz card. I think he had like Sword Art Online or something, or maybe like Attack on Titan. No, maybe not Attack on Titan. I think it was like Sao or something. I don't know. But it was something, you know, an anime with a little bit more action in there. And he was teaching me how to play. And I thought it was... I don't remember how I played or what. I think just me not knowing what I'm doing makes me unpredictable to play against. I beat him when he was like kind of salty because he was like, I can't believe you beat me with like these little high school idol cards, and I'm here with like these super badass cards. And you're beating me with like the power of like music and friendship. That's the only time I've ever played a TCG. Don't ask me how to play Way Schwartz though, because I have no idea. Oh, they had a Duel Masters Game Boy game. I think I have like 3 or 4 cards. I mean, when they were like, that's probably when they were like trying to push it out, because they're like, hey, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh's popular. We're gonna release our Game Boy game. Pokemon cards are popular. How about you have some of our cards, our Duel Masters cards? 200 cards, and yeah, not a lick of knowledge, not a single one. Chances are you have a rare. I hope so. I had a friend who was like super into Yu-Gi-Oh. Wait, let me see. I think I might have the cards nearby. If it's not nearby, I won't look. But I had my friend, sorry, no tracking for a second. I had a friend who was super into Yu-Gi-Oh tell me about like the cards, and he's like, yeah, some of these they're just really old. I don't think I got anything that's like super notable. Okay, maybe I don't have it in here. That's fine. But I remember like back in the day, I'm pretty sure my rare cards would be the ones that came with the Shonen Jump magazine. They had a couple that they would put with the magazine as like a promotional, and those are the ones I was like, oh, these look nice, and they were like crispy too because they were like, you know, brand new. So yeah, maybe if anything, those might be a little special. If I could find those cards, if I didn't leave them at my house and actually have them here with me, then I don't know, maybe we could do like a card lookup. That might be fun. We can see if I have anything good on my hands. I doubt it though. I doubt it. I think they're probably just like... But my friend was like more of a competitive player, so maybe he was looking at it in that vein. He was like, yeah, these are kind of useless. Because I was like, hey, do you want any of these? Because I'm not using them. You're probably going to give them more love than I ever could. He's like, no, a lot of these are like not in the like playbook anymore, so or whatever. Oh, Dungeon Crawler is a turn-based game. Oh, with the claw machine. You know, I was gonna... so it's like a dungeon crawler. We're using a claw. That sounds cute. Is it a mobile game, or is it like a other game, non-mobile? I keep trying to get into mobile games so I have something to play on the train, but I haven't found one that is A, offline, and B, that I could like really get into. But every time I open up the Play Store, I am so surprised by like the numbers that these games are running. Like, it's actually crazy. Like, wait, there's this game that I saw the other day. It was basically a ripoff of Among Us. It was like Among Us mixed with Fortnite. Like, it had like Fortnite looking graphics. Let me look it up. What's it? I don't know, but it had like Fortnite looking graphics, and it was like the gameplay style of Among Us, and you could get like skins and stuff on it. 5 million downloads, and I've never heard of this game before. It's a completely other world. Can I find it? Can I find it? They have like a what's it called? Keep talking and no one explodes or something. They have that version, but it's called Them Bombs. Okay, I don't know where that sussy Fortnite is, but yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, that one's mobile too. Ooh, maybe I'll give that a try. If it's offline, I'm looking for a good offline game. They probably harvest your data too, right? Right? At this point, oh my god, I keep getting emails every single day that somebody's trying to log into my Outlook. I think I have to fix that. I think I found a fix for it, but my Hotmail email, dude. Everything is everywhere, and I'm just like, it sucks when you have like when you've been online for so long, and especially when you start off as a kid and you're not making the safest passwords, and it's just like my Neopets login. Psh, that's probably everywhere. Oh, it's a paid, so it works offline. Oh, okay, all right. Dungeon Claw and Peglin. Let me put that in my notes. Games. Dungeon Claw and Peglin. Okay. I think a turn-based one. I'm not particularly into turn-based games, but I think on the train it'll be pretty nice. Pretty convenient. The mobile game that I really like, it's not really just for mobile though, it's called Elnia Kingdom, but I like it because you get to like live in a town and you could get whatever job you want. There's like all these quest lines, but it's not offline. So yeah, I usually just don't sit down and like play mobile games on my phone. So the fact that it's like not offline, and yeah, I just usually do something else on the train instead. Like that's the only time that I play games on my phone is on the train. Right now, you're obsessed with surfing. You got a new wetsuit. Surf twice this winter. Sit up once. Oh, that's so exciting. Oh my gosh, surfing. I've been boogie boarding. When I lived on the island, it's kind of funny because we never really went to the beach like that. We did go to the beach. No, we went to the beach, but we never at the beach. We went to the pool by the beach. Maybe the beach was too crowded. We didn't go to the beach that often, but we did have like boogie boards and stuff. So whenever we did, we just kind of used it as a flotation device though. My mom is scared of water, so I don't think she would have ever let us go surfing and stuff like that. But it seemed like so much fun. Like, I remember for some field trips, we would go up to the North Shore, and they would have like crazy waves up there, right? And during lunch, usually we'll like go to like a picnic table and we'll just eat there on a field trip. Because we had like a couple of field trips on the north side of the island, and you just be sitting there up on the top of the hill and watching all the surfers just going up there, catching the waves, and then sometimes getting completely wiped out, and you're just like, oh, where is he? Is he gonna pop back up? and yeah, it just, I don't know, it looked like so much fun, especially before I moved to that island. I think Finding Nemo had just come out at the time, so you know, you have this idea of where you're moving to, with like, you know, it being like similar tropical island and stuff, and like seeing the waves, seeing like all the surfing. They make surfing look so magical. I watched Surf's Up, like, I think over the summer. Oh my gosh. They make it seem like such a... Surf's Up was such a good movie too. I completely forgot that I watched that. Just, I don't know. I think if you're ever feeling uninspired, watch Surf's Up, because it shows you that it's like, it's not about the accolades, it's not about the winning, it's about being passionate about what you do. Yeah, Chicken Joe, Big Z. It's so good. It's such a good movie. It is very I underrated it just now. I can't believe that I forgot that I watched that last year. And then when I watched it, I completely fell in love with it. It's so charming. A movie night? Maybe we could watch it over the summer again. That'd be really fun. I want to do a movie night soon. I have a couple of ideas in mind. I do have a couple of ideas in mind. I've been building out my list. I want to build out like a really good list and maybe put it on like a spinny wheel so that way I can cross out stuff, or like maybe add make a checklist or something. I don't know. I want to get more cultured. But yeah. Surfing, it must be really fun. Is it as beautiful as I guess like all of the movies and like I guess media about surfing makes it out to be? Like when you're in that tube, have you been able to get inside like the tube of the wave when you're in there? It just seems like a, I don't know if like spiritual experience is what I want to say, but I don't know. Like I can't like just to be one with like the water like that. I just can't believe that that's what people do. Oh, that's like something you work up to. I see. It's tiring and occasionally painful. I can imagine, because you're fighting against the strength of a wave, and you're moving your arms and all of that. I remember they told us like a lot of good surfing stories too. Of like, I don't remember though. I don't remember. I wish that I thought more about this time of my childhood. I remember that they told us about cause there's a statue at the beach of, wait, let me see. I think his name was Duke, the Duke statue. Yeah. I don't remember what the story was behind him, but yeah, this statue. They had this at the beach. Duke Kahanamoku. What? Oh, need to know before you go. I remember he always had like lays and stuff on him, and yeah, that's really it. But it's an iconic statue that you would see if you go to Waikiki Beach, I think. Waikiki Beach. I don't know if he passed away. I know that they have like the, you know what? Let me look up this. Let me look it up. He was a great Olympic swimmer and the father of surfing. In 1929, Duke rode a monster wave 1 1/8 miles at Waikiki, likely the longest ride in modern times. That makes the Duke's Waikiki a place with a story. Is that it? Wait, Duke. I guess he was just like a champion of surfing. I thought maybe he like had a like an accident. He was a competition swimmer who popularized the sport of surfing. A native Hawaiian, he was born 3 years before the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. He lived to see the territory's admission as a state and became a U.S. citizen. 5-time Olympic medalist in swimming. Let's see. Oh, let's see. There we go. Death and legacy. Oh, he died of a heart attack. So it had nothing to do with swimming. For his burial at sea, a long motorcade of mourners accompanied it by a 30-man police escort. There's procession. Oh. Oh, I always thought it was like a tragic story, but he lived a long life. It was just a master surfer. You're fighting the wave. You're fighting to match the wave flow. Oh, I see, I see. Since you have to be up to speed of a wave to catch the wave. You know, I've always wondered how that works too. So interesting. Oh, and now I want to learn more about surfing. I don't think I actually have like any of the physical strength or fearlessness to go surfing myself, but it's always seemed like such a magical sport to me. I think it's probably because of where I grew up, being in the place of surfing. So you always hear so much about it and like how connected people feel to it and stuff, and like it was just a thing, right? It was just a popular sport to do. But I never really like thought so much about like how it actually works. Alright, you're recommending Suap Time on YouTube and TikTok. New York City-based comedian actress might be doing Batsu in New York City at the moment. Suap Time. Does that sound familiar? I'm gonna look at her Instagram. Batsu Live. Oh, so they do like Batsu games? That's so fun! That's so interesting! A live Batsu game show. Oh my gosh. You know, when I was doing what do you call it? A club. I started like a Japanese club in college, right, with some of my friends, and we did a Batsu game. It was called a GBM, a general board meeting, and it was so much fun to do that. It was we did one where, because we found like just Batsu games off of like TV shows, and I have this video, and every time I look back at it, it cracks me up, where you tie the pantyhose. You tie two different pantyhose at the toes, and then you have two people pull the pantyhose over their face, and then they run in opposite directions. And our president at the time, he had two pantyhose. I was at the right angle to like look at it, to see his face just like smushed by the pantyhose, and then he yoinks back and falls straight to the floor. That was fun. We did the one where you have like the fake inflatable hammer, and you have to like cover your head with the like newspaper or something before somebody hits you when you lose rock paper scissors. We did a wasabi. I don't know what we put the wasabi in though. Like some kind of wasabi like batsu too. It was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. She might sound familiar. Oh, she sounds very familiar. I trust. But yeah, the pantyhose one was super duper fun. It was so fun. Batsu Live. I'm super interested in that. I'm gonna have to follow on my personal account so I can go to one of the events. I wonder if they do the pantyhose at that one. I had no idea that this was even a thing too. That's so cool. That's one of the things that I love about living in like a big city, is that, you know, sometimes you'll come across these things like online, and you'll think like, oh, I wonder, like I wish that was like a thing close to where I live. But like when you're in somewhere so big, you're coming across things that you didn't think would exist, and you're like, oh, I can go to that. I can go to that. That looks so much fun. Let's see. You're treating yourself to VTuber voice pack. Oh. Little birdie tells me they might graduate, so buying it before it becomes delisted. I hope you can buy it and enjoy it forever. This is so expensive. I want to move to New York City. It is rather expensive. I think the best, what has been able to help me afford to live here is having a roommate. And also my roommate and I are both like introverted people. So I don't really have like if I want to go outside and like do stuff, it's all on my what do you call it, like initiative, right? I think also a lot of people who do go and like spend a lot of money, they're usually going to like really trendy places, or they're living somewhere that's really trendy, or they're like going out and doing things a lot on the weekends. I think if you find a roommate or even a couple of roommates, you know, I'm always telling my friends like, yo, dude, I'd be so down to like live with you guys. Because at the same time, like it's always really nice to be able to have like a group of friends to go out and enjoy the city with. But then again, like also having roommates does kind of suck. It does kind of suck. You don't really have that privacy that you get when you're living alone. You don't have like the space that you can get in other places. But I knew, at least for me, I am a wanderer. I'm a curious person. So I was really happy to have that trade-off of like living with less space, but like having more to explore outside of my own home. But it does kind of suck in the winter when you don't want to go outside. It's pricey, but I assure you, with a decent group of people, it's a very obtainable dream, in a way. I think moving everything over here was probably the most expensive. I'm a severe introvert. Roommate's not a chance. Oh no! You know, I've always seen like those micro apartments where they're like, oh, it's like $650 a month. The only thing, you're living in Midtown, which I think is probably the most stressful place to be in. Because there's just so much people, and most of the people are like, you know, there for work or there for tourists reasons. So it's like very like, I think when you have an idea of New York in your head, you're thinking Midtown. But if you're thinking of like, I don't know, I think my neighborhood is, I wouldn't say fairly quiet, but it's more residential and very chill. Not like a lot of people on the road unless during like rush hours and stuff. And yeah. I think for an introvert, living in like a micro apartment in Midtown might be a little chaotic. I think living in the other boroughs is like a lot more. I actually like it a lot more over here. Thanks for reading my Boomer report. Thanks for stopping by, Dennis, and thanks for the recommendations. I am definitely going to try and check out the Batsu NYC. That sounds really, really fun. I'm really excited to see what that's all about. Maybe it'll remind me of the... I hope I get to see if they do a pantyhose Batsu. I think that might be a weird one to do, but... When it becomes Power World? Power World. You know, I'm supposed to join the server. I hope I could play sometime next week. Thank you, Dennis, for submitting your report. Oh my gosh, I've been yapping too much. Question, do you know that you're doing a great job? Thank you! Thank you so much. I'll be sure to submit when this league seems fun. This is, I was gonna say it's not super duper regular, but I do try and give a week's notice before we do our reports. But like I said in the beginning of the stream, I want to do like have reports maybe like seasonally, like, oh, what have you been doing these last few weeks and stuff. I don't know, but I do want to ask like more specific bite-sized questions during the during the rest of it, you know? In between, I guess, in between the reports. We really do enjoy seeing what everybody's been up to. We're doing these monthly, but I felt like monthly seemed a bit... At least for me, I couldn't come up with like interesting things for every single month. This next one is from Ray. Ray Zyro. Ray's report. It's always really fun to look at, because Ray always includes all these cute little doodles. Ta-da! Ray's been reading Daughter of the Moon Goddess. Daughter of the Moon Goddess. I don't think I saw Ray in chat today, so we're gonna go ahead and look this up ourselves. Daughter of the Moon Goddess. It's a novel by Su Lin Tan. It is a adult fantasy novel by a Malaysian writer. It's her debut novel, inspired by Chinese mythology and the legend of the moon goddess Chang'e. I hope I said that right. Chang'e? E? Not E, but it has E at the end. Oh, hey, there you are! Hey, welcome! Hey! You want to tell us about the book? Are you enjoying it so far? I love that it's inspired by the moon goddess. I was gonna say, wonder do we have moon goddess in Japan? But the only moon mythology... Oh, Chang'e, thank you. Chang'e. The only moon-related mythology that I remember from growing up is the rabbit in the moon. The mochi one. It's a good read. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I like that it's like a modern adult fantasy novel. Because I feel like whenever, at least for me, whenever I hear like fantasy books that are popular, they're usually like really older ones. So I think it's really cool to see newer books. Newer books? I don't know. I'm maybe that's just because I don't read. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. You're eating beef pho! Oh man. Oh man, my work has pho like an option to get delivered for next week. But the only thing is, I think the noodles, you know, when they deliver the noodles in the container, the noodles get stuck together, so it's not... I don't know, like the texture is all wrong. You have to like wash the noodles under warm water so you can separate them a little bit and then pour the broth over. Either way, I've been craving pho. Maybe I should have pho for dinner today. I've been craving pho. Maybe it's because I've been sick. Pho is so good. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. I'm so glad that that game's doing good. I heard that everybody's been having a lot of fun with Marvel Rivals. I want to give it a shot. I just haven't found the time to like try it. I like that it's free, so it's like low commitment. I don't like games like that. That's like usually not my cup of tea, but I do like Marvel, so it's been really tempting to try it out. Maybe I'll see if anybody wants to play it, and then I'll just not stream my POV. I'll just play on the side with them. I think Furi is into Overwatch, but I wonder if she has been enjoying Marvel Rivals. I think she was playing it the other day though. Maybe I should see if she plans on playing it again, and then maybe I could try and play it with her. Yeah, let me drink some water. Sorry, my nose has been so stuffy. I haven't been able to breathe out my nose at all today. Obsessed with editing and making clips. Oh, that's so fun. That's my resolution for this year, to edit more. I have like all of these clips that I want to edit, and like all of these like videos that I want to just like throw together and get a little creative with, and like see what my... I think, okay, I was saying this earlier about like how filming things, you get to see stuff through like the eyes of somebody else, but I think it's so fun I've been paying attention to this more, like, as I'm, I think as I started streaming more and as I, like, started, you know, looking at, like, clips and stuff and thinking about how I want to edit. Not that I've, like, actually had the time to sit down and edit things, but, like, looking at people's, like, there's not only a voice through, like, how people shoot and film, but there's also, like, a voice, like, in your editing style, which I think is really interesting. And, like, I don't know. I just think that that's really cool. I'm curious to see, like, I think like when people edit clips, like there's a way to edit like YouTube stuff for like capturing the eye of YouTube. But I think like when I play, I don't know, I don't want to like edit like that, if that makes sense. Not that I have anything against it, but like I want to play around with how I edit and see like what my style and like what my voice is gonna be, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I'm curious to see what sort of, especially because I don't really know much about it at all. I'm kind of curious to see like what I'm going to learn, what like my videos are gonna turn out to be like, and like, you know, just kind of go in without any framework or like expectation of how I want my video to look in mind, and just see like, oh, what's the most fun way that I can tie this together? I'm really curious to see how it's gonna turn out for me. I don't know. You're recommending to reach at least 3 goals for yourself for the new year. Oh, that's a good one. I like that a lot. I think that's a really good idea to have some goals for the new year, and I think 3 goals is like also a very achievable one too. Like you can have like a list of like, these are 10 things that I want to accomplish for the new year, and just think like, these are 3 of the ones that I at least like really want to, or not even like have like the top 3 priority, but just pick 3 off the list. Because sometimes if you commit yourself to like usually my only New Year's resolution was like, I want to exercise, but it's so broad and it's so like, you know, it's not really broken up into chunks. It's easy to fall off of that if you don't have like the manageable steps in mind, or like if you're not able to break it down into something smaller. I think like having that goal of having at least 3 goals that you set for yourself, I think that's a really good one. I haven't even made my resolutions yet. I haven't had like the time to just, I mean, I had the time, just not the energy with this stuffy nose to sit down and think about what my resolutions are gonna be. I'm gonna have to do that. I think resolutions, they're valid to be made for the entire month of January. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but cancel me, I don't care. You can cancel me, but I think that a resolution should be made up until January 31st. All right? You can cancel me if you don't agree. And you're treating yourself. Mochi donuts! Oh my gosh, Bao Bao! You know, maybe Wonky Slush. Bao Bao! You know, not to be the bearer of bad news, but the pondering is not actually a mochi donut. I know mochi donuts have gotten rather popular in I would say at least like in the West, at least where I live. They use mochi flour inside the donut and they take on this shape. But the ones specifically at Mr. Donut, though they are similar in texture, the one specifically at Mr. Donut uses tapioca flour rather than like any like mochi based starch. Let me confirm that. But I remember reading that online and I was like, oh, so it's not the same thing. Let's see, pondering. I was obsessed with ponderings growing up. Let's see, it seems like, oh, well, it says main ingredients is tapioca flour and rice flour. Maybe it could be both. Oh, no. They are made out of glutinous rice flour or tapioca flour. One of the earliest iterations of mochi donuts can be traced back to the development of poi mochi by Charmaine Okasek in Hawaii in 1992. This iteration is a fusion of American donuts and Japanese mochi. consisted of deep-fried mashed taro balls and mochiko. In 2003, the Japanese donut chain Mr. Donut launched Ponde Ring, named after the Brazilian pão de queijo bread. This iteration of the hybrid confection was popularized in Japan before spreading to the United States and Hawaii. Hawaii tends to catch on to Japanese food trends before the rest of the United States. Yes, that's very true. Thanks to its larger population of Japanese Americans and closer proximity to Japan. The Ponde Ring style is shaped into a ring connected by 8 small balls. On calling the Ponde Ring style mochi donut, oddly enough, neither Ponde Ring or pão de queijo are made with glutinous rice flour. Both typically use tapioca flour, and while the pão de queijo is gluten-free, most recipes for the Ponde Ring also include wheat flour. Yeah, so I think it's the Mr. Donut one specifically that uses tapioca flour. I don't know. Yeah, very interesting. But to be honest, they're the same thing. You get the same texture, same flavor for the most part. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting when I found out. I'm so glad that these things have caught on in the West because so I pronounced the J, Keijo, Keijo, and it's salty. Oh, that's interesting. That's so interesting. It means cheese bread. Is it because like the consistency is cheese, or do they actually like have cheese, use cheese with it? Mochi donut, the Ponde Ring, was my absolute favorite donut. Like every time I went back to go visit my cousins, it was always get Boomi some sushi, get Boomi some umaibo, and take her to Mr. Donut. That was like the thing that they knew that I loved. Oh, and also get me jagariko. Jagariko, they started selling that in the States, and I'm like, oh yes, let's go. They have what was I trying to say? They would save up their points that they accrued at Mr. Donut, and they would give me like the souvenirs from it. I got a nice like Ponde Ring plate with like the little Ponde Ring mascot. He's like a lion. It's like a lion, but his mane is the mochi donut. I had a couple of was it the phone charms? I put those on my DS. I had the ones for like the little donut holes that were like little chicks, and then I also had a Ponde Lion one. I have a French cruller. Is that how you pronounce it? Like the French cruller. She's like a sheep. I have a cow for that, and then I also have like Ponde Ring cups too. I don't know where those cups are though. I haven't seen them since the house fire, which makes me really sad. I really love those cups. But yeah, those were yeah, I got quite a bit of Mr. Donut merch, not gonna lie. Oh, it's made with cheese. It is, oh my gosh, because I think the texture for it is so good. But I think personally, I find like the US ones to be too sweet, and maybe like too much for the price. Like you're paying like $3 per one donut, and I think it's a little pricey, not really that worth it. But they are good. The consistency is like, oh, it's so chewy, so airy, so fluffy. I feel like it would make, yeah, cheese, that's, I'm thinking about it right now. That sounds good. That sounds so good. Since you mentioned many Japanese in Hawaii, fun fact, Brazil has the highest population of Japanese outside of Japan. You know, I think I've heard about that before. There's like a lot of people who came to, was it to work, what do you call it? Work on the farms? I know that's why they came to Hawaii. I think there's like a lot of Okinawan people I think there's a lot of Okinawan people in Brazil too, right? I know every year in Okinawa? I don't know. But I know that they have like a big like was it Okinawan diaspora like coming home like event. So where like people from all over come back to Okinawa and like partake in the culture and whatever. And I think like Brazil has like a lot of people from Okinawa coming over to do the whole thing. Working on the sugar plantations in Brazil, mostly. I think that might be right, because that's the same reason that they went to Hawaii too. Hawaii has like a lot of there are a lot of different types of people. I think they have like people from Puerto Rico, Japan of course, China, Vietnam, maybe Korea. I think Korea might be one too. But yeah, they all went to go work on the plantation, and that's sort of like how I remember like one of the stories for this food called manapua in Hawaii. I think manapua is I think it's just the type of manapua, like xiaolong bao or something. No. Bao zi derived specifically from char siu bao. Yeah, it's a type of I don't know what makes it different though from like regular char siu bao. I remember they would have this at 7-Eleven. Oh my god, it was so good because it's like they give you a big one. Wait, let me get this picture instead. Get this picture instead. This one looks a lot more appetizing. So it'd be like the char siu with like kind of like sweet pork, and inside like the really fluffy bread, and it was really big. But manapua became wait, let me see if I can find the name. Manapua, man. Okay, these char siu bao would later become known as manapua, said to be a contraction or Creole Pidgin form of the Hawaiian words to mean mea ono pua'a, roughly translated as pork cake. Mea ono literally meaning delicious. Mea ono pua'a. Mea ono. I know ono is delicious. Maybe mea must mean like thing. No. Yeah, the thing. But in Hawaii, people usually say the kind. the kind over there. Or I guess it would be more like the kind over there or something. I don't know. I don't really have like good pidgin, but this is like one of the things that I kind of remember from like the cultural melting pot of Hawaii was like, I think this was like a very popular snack that Chinese immigration from the sugar industry found, and or that they brought over, and you know people started eating that. I'm trying to think of like what else. Like they had the Hawaiian name for this, and then it got shortened to manapua. Ooh, another funny thing was that like people called soy sauce. For the longest time, I thought soy sauce and shoyu were two completely different things, because in Hawaii, people preferred to call soy sauce shoyu. But in my house, we called it soy sauce. So when people were like, "Okay, pass the shoyu," I like never connected it that it was like the same bottle. But people would be like, "Okay, pass the shoyu," or I gotta go buy shoyu. Shoyu in Japanese is soy sauce. But yeah, anyways. Looks so good. It is so good. And we didn't start getting these from 7-Eleven until like the summer that I left. So yeah, it was after the summer camp, and like on the way home there was a 7-Eleven, and I was like, "Can I get one of those?" I asked my mom, and I had it. It was so good. Oh my gosh. And it was like maybe I probably had it twice before I moved back. Wait, yeah. We only say shoyu in Brazil as well. That's so fun. Oh my gosh, I love stuff like this, to see like how yeah, like cultural cultures, I guess, like just blend together. Nice podcast setup. Is it new? I guess it's kind of new. Yeah, I guess I could say it's kind of new. I thought it seemed a lot more visually interesting than being at home. And plus, I can do this. Nope. Just wait. It took a second, but I got it to work. I can be back here. Yeah, I don't know how well you can hear me or not, but yeah, I can be back here. Clearly it still needs a little bit of work. It still needs a little bit of work. It's been a while since I tried that, so... yeah, just had to try a few doors. Anyways, Ray, thank you so much for submitting your boomer report. I love the doodles as always. They're always so fun. Reminds me of the homework that I used to turn in. Were you a doodler in class? You like to doodle in your homework? I used to get in trouble for that, but to be honest, I think that was the only way I was able to concentrate on what the teacher was saying. Anyways, but thank you for sending it. Thank you for sending it. Yeah, you do? Oh my gosh. Wait, do you have... And to any other people who like doodle all over their worksheets, I have so much homework from, shoot, like even like middle school at this point. Because I like the drawings that I did on there so much. I think a bulk of like the stuff in my box at home is all like high school homework because I drew so much on them. I think I have this is gonna sound so bad. I have a one homework from, was it history class? I think it was either history class or like English class, but it was like about it was about World War II, right? Can you guess what I doodled? Guess what I doodled on my World War II homework in 2000 and like what? 10, 11? Hitalia. No, not the spots. It was Italia. Not the swastika. You know what's funny? I remember for one of the Mother's Day, I don't know why, my brother was like really into drawing like swastikas for some reason. So on like, we had like this giant poster board, and I was drawing my mom on there, and he drew... He was decorating it with swastikas. I was like, why are you drawing that on a Mother's Day board? Like a giant card for Mother's Day. I was like, how can we cover this up? Strategically turn them into Christmas presents because my mom was born in December. Oh my god. Well, no, it was Mother's Day. Was it her birthday? Was it Mother's Day? I don't know. Either way, I turned them into Christmas presents, so... Yeah, boys will be boys. yeah, it's so funny because that's like something that he would like it's 110% not a ideology he would subscribe to whatsoever. I think it was probably just like, you know, the age, you're probably like kind of seeing that kind of stuff on the internet, and then it's an intriguing thing to draw, I guess, kind of like the S thing. I don't know. It was like the only time he ever drew. I don't think he understood like why I was like. It's like, why are you turning them into presents? I was like, you're not drawing this on our Mother's Day card. What are you talking about? You still have all the drawings. Oh my gosh, I find it so hard to part with like all of my doodles. Maybe I should just scan them or something. But yeah. At the same time, I'm kind of like, oh, but wouldn't it be fun if like these papers somehow survived thousands of years and I don't know, they're like his, like you know, like that one that homework of that one like Viking kid from thousands of years ago, and he's like doodling like his little stick figures on there. Like, what if my homework can be that for people in the future, for the human lizard hybrids? Just found a folder of doodles I did save from high school. To be honest, pretty funny and kind of... Weren't we all in high school? Weren't we all? Of course, it was Italia, you and every other middle school weeb. That was the age of Italia. That really was. That was a good time. But it's like, now that you look back on it, you're like, why was Italia a thing? I don't remember it being particularly good, but it did... I don't know, it did like spur my... I mean, I was always interested in history. Yeah, I was always interested in history. I've never really been interested in that period of history, now that I think about it. Like, I think maybe just because World War II was just always such like a prominent thing in like media and like stories and like in your history books. I found like ancient history to be a lot more interesting than that. But I was never really into... Like, Italia to me was more like a jumping point to like go back in time. You know? I know that it's like about like the world relations in World War II. Like a very like surface level version of it. But I like learning about other countries and like their... You know how... Like, oh, why is like Russia and Belarus like friends? And then, you know, going back and like learning about their history of like how they came together. Well, you know, all of that kind of stuff, right? To me, it was more of like a jumping off point with like the personification of the country being like a, like, oh, I like this character design. It makes me want to learn more about them. That kind of thing. What a weird thing to exist. I'm kind of happy Italia is no longer popular. Okay, our next Boomer report is from Ponage.exe. I think Ponage was here earlier, but they had to leave for work, I believe. We'll go ahead and take a look at the report. Hello, Ponage from the VOD. The VOD squad. How you doing? Reading! I'm illiterate, sorry I don't recreationally read. But if it's anything, then just course material for a certification exam. Ah, that sounds like a really tough read, especially if you don't read recreationally. But I hope you do a good job on your exam. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Azerlane Kankoli. Strike Witches for some reason. Personifying World War II is popular. It's like a very... I feel like that's like the most popular period of history, isn't it? Like if anybody is into history, usually they're like, oh yeah, they either like ancient Rome or like ancient civilizations, or they like World War II. I think my jam, I kind of like medieval European history, especially like around the time of like the Black Plague. I like Golden Age of piracy, and maybe like shortly before the French Revolution. I like learning about King Louis XIV too, and like all of his like surplus like luxuriousness and all of like the drama that he had. His whole like Versailles could have been a reality show. Oh my god, there's like this lady who was going around poisoning everybody. Because I watched the Netflix show, and because I was like always kind of interested in that time and like the, I don't know. But I was watching the Netflix show and I was like, surely this is like exaggerated, but little did I know. Little did I thought for sure the man in the iron mask did not exist. No, he was a real guy. Who he was, it's debatable, but gosh, I was like, no way they did this. Like captures a lot of imaginations. And I think it's like also with World War II, it feels recent enough to where you're able to like kind of contextualize things maybe. I don't know, but yeah. I've never, maybe because I always found it like really depressing. I've never like really been super into learning about it though. Never, I also don't like war movies too. I think a lot of like World War II history buffs have like the movies that they recommend and stuff, but that's depressing. I haven't seen Rose of Versailles, but I have heard about it. It was wait, I got a cough. I took like a Japanese pop culture class in college, and that was like one of the cornerstone anime that we learned about because it had like really big cultural influence and significance. I think especially because I think we were just out of learning about like not just early anime, but also like yaoi, which I know sounds really weird to be like learning about yaoi academically, but it had something to do with like the reason why like fujoshi specifically, which seems like a weird thing to learn about in class, but it was interesting because it's like, oh, yaoi was sort of the way for women to express their sexuality without having to have like, I guess like the cage of like gender norms within the writing. So when you have just two guys going at it, you're able to explore it similarly with like the uke and the seme trope. But yeah, we were learning about all of that, and we went into the Rose of Versailles for that, and I think it was like because the stage play was all women and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that's like the only exposure that I have to it. Dumdrum, welcome, yo, what is up? Hello. We're going over everybody's boomer reports. Oh my gosh, I've been yapping for so long. Here, I'm gonna try and speed it up. Let's see. Ponage is also eating. Is it? How do you pronounce it? Macarons? I always thought it was like a macaroon, but it's not how it's spelled, huh? Macaron? First time eating. I wonder how did you enjoy it? I've had them a couple times. To be honest, I thought that would be a lot better. To me, they're kind of like a little bit too sweet, but maybe it's just the ones that I had. But they do look really yummy. Maybe I should try them again. Maybe I should get like some really nice ones and see if I like it. Because they're really delicate to make, right? So that's what makes them pricey. But I love that they look like pretty patties. That's the reason why I want to eat them. I'm like, oh, it looks like a pretty patty, I want to eat it. But when you eat it, it's like, it's not as satisfying as I hoped for it to be. Nothing much, me. We are sharing our reports. So it's kind of like this little worksheet that I've created for the community where we share some of the things that we've been up to, split up into these different categories. I end up going on these really crazy tangents when I'm talking about them, but I hope that makes it fun. Ponage is also playing Final Fantasy XIV and Honkai Star Rail. Ew! Just kidding. I have also... I mean, I've only tasted those games a little bit, but I hope you're having fun with both of them. Especially for saying help after Honkai Star Rail. I hope it's not taking all of your money. I think one thing that I can say about both of these games is that they're both very pretty. I think, I do kind of wish that I was a little bit into, what do you call it? I guess like gacha is like they have really big fandoms. It seems like it's a game that a lot of people, except for me, are able to get into. So it seems like fun to be able to like be a part of that community and like get hype with something. I also really like the graphics for the game. Mihoyo? For some reason I want to say Shmoyoho, but I know that that's like the auto-tune the news guys. But yeah, like I think like the graphics and the marketing that they make for it, it's so much fun, and I'm just like, I wish I understood what's going on. I just can't get into it. I feel like I'm like I have the most basic taste. I like I like games, not necessarily feels like that I'm in a movie, but I like games with like story. I love like a just story-driven, linear, single-player game. That's my bread and butter. You're obsessed with? Obsessed with gacha, therefore Gamba! Good luck! I'm wishing you the best of luck. I hope that you get the most bang for your buck. The least amount of money for the best pools. Good luck. I hope 2024 blesses you with a lot of good pools this year. Some headcanon of mine regarding lucid lore, but I mentally pictured myself in an army of neophytes and Digimon facing monsters in the dreamscape. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? I was just talking earlier about how fun I think it would be to have like a like some sort of like homebrew or like a roleplay setting. I would really love to just publish the lore. That was in the works, but I think there's like a lot of moving pieces that we have right now, especially with like all the new folks who joined Lucid. Lots of moving pieces when it comes to the lore, but I want to like eventually just like publish like everything and just have you guys be able to I don't know, play with it in some way. I think that'd be really fun. Just have some sort of like playground with it, because I personally really love world building. I'm glad that it's like something that's resonated with you so much. By the way, doing the Digimon Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Heroes and R, Contra, Castlevania, Yu-Gi-Oh, and so many others. Aww. Got a lot of games on Switch and Steam Deck. Sounds like a lot. I've only played Sonic Heroes. That's the only Sonic game that I've ever played. I love ZZZ and not a cent spent. Oh yeah, what's it called? It's Zenless Zone Zero, right? There's so many gacha games that have come out. I can't keep up with all of it. That one... I think the only gacha, if it even counts, I played was the Love Live School Idol Festival. And I was so tempted so many times to like buy the gems so I can get more cards. But then I only got the cards so I could get pushed over the edge just a little bit more for the... What do you call it? For like the bonuses, like to get the high score. But also, I don't know. I think that the way that Love Live, like, yeah, SIF was set up was that it was... For me, at least, I found it really rewarding to, like, get a good card and not having had spent any money on it. I found that, like, my entire collection, rest in peace to it. I was locked out of that account. I was on that, like, I had an alarm set for when my gems would, like, come back for, like, I could play more. And, that way I can, like, you know, just get as much whatever that I can so I can do more pools and stuff. And... I got locked out of my account when I got a new phone because I downloaded that game day one. I just saw it in the app store. I was like, oh, it looks like fun. And I didn't realize it was day one, but it was day one. I downloaded that game as soon as it came out. And I think it was before you're able to link your account to like an email or like, you know, anything. So I didn't have it linked to anything. I got a new phone when I went to college. I couldn't play it at all. I could not play. I was so sad. I was like, no, my cards. And I'm not like really the type of person to like go out of my way and contact support. But like a couple years down the line, I did. But by then, it was too late. The game had changed way too much. And I had no idea what was going on. All the other like groups after like Awkwars came out. I'm like, who the hell are these guys? And yeah. Yeah, that's why I stopped playing School Idol Festival. Eva, thank you so much for the raid! Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! Okay, let me hide this for a second. Let me introduce myself. What's up, guys? My name is, Mamana Boomi! Full-time party girl, part-time VTuber. I'm a little sick right now, so my nose is kind of like stuffy. I had to take breaks so I could like breathe through my mouth for a second. Full-time party girl, part-time VTuber. I'm Lucid Multimedia's cute, sweetest devil. I mean, I guess I could say I'm the cutest devil too. Mamana Boomi DESU! It's nice to meet you guys. I had to pull up the meme so you guys can get like a quick glance at exactly who I am. I'm a ship poster. Welcome, welcome. Today we're doing a boomer report, which is this is a little worksheet that I have. I think, you know, it's pinned. I've been kind of like yapping and going on these crazy tangents while going through them, but you know, I could do a speed round if you guys are interested in submitting one before the end of stream. Go ahead. It's pinned up in the pinned comment if that's something you're interested in. But yeah, basically we're just kind of talking about our highlights of the year, or just like things that we've been up to recently. So yeah, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, Eva. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely stream. What are you guys up to? And you know, raiders, and also you, Eva, if you guys want to take a break, or you know, grab some water, or head out, you guys are more than welcome to. I appreciate the read once again. I'm a yapper, so yeah, prepare to get whiplash for all of my tangents. Alright, that's enough of the whiteboard. Let's bring back ponages. Let's see, Ponage, let's see, the obsessed with the gacha games. Yeah, ganbare with the gacha pulls. Good luck, good luck, good luck. And you're recommending, if you set any goals for the new year, stick to them and don't give up. Also, Squid Game Season 2. I have to applaud for that first part. That's a good one. Stick to it, don't give up. I think that was Nay's mantra for 2025. Don't give up. I think that's a good one to keep too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a quitter. I'm a quitter. When I fall off the wagon, I want to stay off. You know, I don't want to climb back on. But I think I've been keeping that in mind, not giving up, because if you don't give up, you never know. Even if you're just like incrementally taking steps, like maybe some days you're not trying to sprint towards your goals. Maybe some days you just wanna crawl through to your goals. You don't even want to take a step. You just want to take a crawl, or just roll on your belly towards it. But at least you're still like making some progress. So even if it's just like one small thing a day that you do towards like reaching your goals or your resolutions, I think that's valid. I think at least for me, I'm like a 0 or 100 kind of person. I think it's a good lesson to learn that you don't have to bring, like, not every day has to be an A+. Not every day has to be 100%. Because if you're thinking like, oh, I'm gonna do 100% every single day, it's gonna make it a lot harder for you when you do like a 0% on a day, right? So if you do maybe like a 60% one day, 80% another day, a 95% another day, and then a 75% the next day, eventually all of that effort is going to become 100%. If that makes sense. I don't know. I heard it on the YouTube video, but they explained it a lot better than I ever could. So the important thing is you're showing up for yourself every single day, no matter how little you do. No, that's so self-serving, giving myself an applause. Universal Studios Minecraft? No freaking way. They have that? They have that? You know, I've been, I really want to do... I've always only played, like, Roblox with other people and collabs. I want to do, like, a solo Roblox adventure where, like, you know, you could go to, like the theme parks in Roblox and you actually wait in line. I've never been to Disney World. I actually, for the first time last year, I went to my very first Disney theme park, Tokyo Disney Sea. And it was during a snowstorm. I'm doing quotes, you can't see it, because to me, it was a dusting, but there's nobody there. Nobody there. Barely anybody there. I was going through like the Little Mermaid, like they had like this little mermaid room. I was alone for the most part. There was nobody there. But yeah. I want to go to like Disney World or something. I can't afford to do that, so I want to go in Roblox and I want to wait in line with everybody else. Maybe go to Universal Studios in Roblox or something. Maybe even try it out in Minecraft, because apparently that's a thing. One of the highlights of the year for me was the comeback of backyard sports. OMG. Wait, so they brought the game back? I remember hearing about it, but I didn't know if it came out or not. I had backyard basketball and backyard football on the PC, and my brother and I played it quite often. I think we played backyard football a lot. I know everybody talks about Pablo from Backyard. I think he's like the highest. I think he's pretty highly rated in some of the games. I actually was watching this video where they analyzed like the stats for all the kids, and like the stats actually have like a lot of thought put into it. Like they factor in like the kids' heights and stuff and all of that, and like some kids are better at some sports than the others, so you could like kind of piece together little bits and pieces of lore. I don't remember who was my character though. Let me look at them. Backyard football. Oh my gosh, you're so right. They do have it on Steam. Backyard football 99 on Steam. I don't think I had the 1999 version though. I think I had the one that they put out like a little bit later. It's like a little bit, I don't know. Updated? I don't remember. Characters. Oh my gosh. I think I like the twins. The twins in the backyard sports game. Because they reminded me of the twins of the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. No, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody wasn't even out yet. Now that I think about it. Maybe I'm just lying. I don't know. Oh yeah, she had the little doll. I did like the twins. I like the twins a lot. I think she was really good. I don't remember her name. It's Pablo. Everybody knows Pablo. Ashley and Sydney. Is that their name? Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's been a while since I looked at these characters. I remember this guy too. I think more than like having any attachment to the characters. Oh, maybe I played her a little bit too. More than having any attachment to the characters, I really like the announcers. But yeah. Backyard sports. What a... Have you been playing it a lot, Gumdrum? Or have you you just remember like the names from so long? Yeah, Sunny Day! Sunny Day! It's such a charming game. But I remember like the vibe of the game a lot, but like when it comes to like actually like playing the characters, I remember like making the character and like, you know, putting the stats points where you want it, but like when it comes to like actually the gameplay and stuff, did I even play, or was I just playing with or watching my brother play? Did I play that much? I just remember like the ambiance of the game more than anything. I was much more of a Freddy Fish girl. I actually have all of the Freddy Fish games on Steam. Because I wanna play through all of them one day. And I remember like as a kid, I think in Freddy Fish, you kind of got like a trailer for the other ones, and I remember like looking at some of the games because I only had the missing conch shell one. The one where you're finding Grandma Gruber's kelp seeds, and the cowboy one. I only had those three, but I remember seeing like all the other games for Freddy Fish, and I was like, I want to do that one. I wish I had that one. And I kind of miss these like point and click adventure games. Thinking about that, I'm thinking about like Jumpstart, the one where it's like more please. No, was it a quarter cup of peas, please, or something like that? I don't know. I love the lunch lady one. I love the school Jumpstart one because I thought, I don't know, it just really like recreated like the parts that I love about school. God, I sound like such a teacher's pet, but I don't know. School like settings is probably one of my favorites growing up, and I think probably still today. Yuzaki! Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Humongous was just like any other. It's like, yeah, it was a time. Should I try those games? Which ones? I think if you're like a sports person, I think Dumb Jump is right. The backyard sports does have like a lot more soul. It has like its own charm when it comes to like EA and 2K. I think they go for realism, but then again, they kind of have that new role-playing element too to it, right? Where you're like looking at the you gotta answer like the questions. Should I go to this party or not for like the new college football game? But I think those games there's like something about games made for kids back then compared to now. But then again, to what I'm comparing to games made for kids like now is just like all those clickbait titles, or like, you know, make over the princess, like clean her acne and like get the teeth out of get like the gunk out of her teeth and like comb her hair, that kind of like the really nasty looking ones. Like pimple popper types. Yeah, games back then, especially like Humongous Entertainment, I think those are really fun. I think, you know, instead of trying those games, I'd be down to play Freddy Fish on stream, because it's just a point and click. I don't know if it's worth spending the money on unless you have nostalgia attached to it. I'd be more than happy to play those games for you guys, or us playing it together. You guys can tell me where to click. There's an NFL Backyard Basics special. Is that like the backyard football where they had like the NFL players as kids? Is that the one? I wonder if that's the one that I had. Oh, it is! I'm trying to think, like, is that the one that I had? But I also don't remember like what any... But then again, I wasn't like into football. My dad's sports team is notoriously awful. I don't know if that narrows it down, but they are notoriously awful. And yeah. Yeah, so when it came to any of those players that were in that game, I don't think none of the ones that from the team that we played were in that game. So I probably did not recognize any of those players if we did have the one with them as kids on there. Oh, it was a special on TV. Oh, I see. Jets or Browns? No, not quite. I wonder if I should give it away. I think if I were to add another fact. You know what? Why not? It doesn't say anything. Notoriously awful, but they're doing quite well. They're doing quite well recently. In fact, it's been very validating being a fan of this team, especially this last year. Ding, 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 ding. Yep, you got it. You got it, Tadu. Yes, it's been awesome. It's been awesome to see them do so well, the Lions. It's been... Yeah. That's like literally the only like football. I think football is probably what I watched the least of. Specifically NFL. We've been more of like a college football family growing up. Until now. Until now. At least for me. I think my dad would usually watch all the games, but for me, I'm just kind of like, you know, if they suck, like, what's the point? When you really think about it, guys, I may not have the OP powers, but I can command and manage armies of virtual pets. That's really cool. They have a huge game today against the Vikings. Oh, right. I think my dad said... true. I don't know. There's like a game that he was like for last week, but I remember he was saying like, oh my gosh, like if they go to the Super Bowl, I'm like, who would have thought that this could be like a possibility for conversation? I remember when they were playing last year, I was on a flight from my friend's like small town in Thailand to Bangkok, and it was like maybe only an hour and a half. The Lions had this huge lead over, like, I forgot who they were playing, and we're like, oh my gosh, they could be winning, and we got on the flight, we checked the score, and it was getting a little bit uncomfortably close. As we left, when we left, I think like they lost the lead. We're like, what happened? We're only on the flight for like an hour. But yeah, we were like cheering, I think because we were like looking at the score, and it was like super duper close after we landed. We were looking at the score, and we were like, oh my gosh, they scored. We were like jumping and cheering at the airport, and I don't know, it just felt like such an American thing. Keeping track of the football score while watching or like while in a foreign country. Like, I don't know, just American football just seems so like, yeah. But yeah. Anyways, to get back to the report. Let's see. Yes, opponent is also recommending Squid Games Season 2. You know what's funny? I've never finished Season 1. I haven't finished Squid Game Season 1. I did watch the first episode. I think first 2 episodes of Season 2 with my mom, because she wanted to watch it. But, yeah, I know Squid Games is, like, really good and all, but I don't know. I think it's just not the time for me to watch it. I feel like I'll watch it eventually, and I feel like I would really like it once I watch it, but it just hasn't been something that I have been captured by. Not yet, at least. Yeah, maybe like 5 years down the road, I'm gonna be like, wow, Squid Games is so cool. People will be like, we knew that. And opponent is also treating themselves by expanding their waifu collection. Ooh. I feel that. You know, I came back home. First thing that I went to go look at was my Kitagawa Marin figure, especially because like my friends gave me they gifted me like the first 3 volumes, but I have 4 volumes because they gave me the 3rd one twice. Oh. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Yuzaki. I really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out for such a while. Maybe have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. Mata ne, ja ne. But I have my Kitagawa Marin figure. My friends gave me volumes 1 through 3, but they accidentally double bought the 3rd one, so I have 3 twice. But it makes like a nice little like a shelf, like a built-in shelf area for my Marin figure. I don't know what the character is. The first character that she cosplays, the first cosplay that Gojo makes for her, that one. And I have the figure for it, and I was so happy. I was so happy to see it. Because I was thinking, like, I have so many figurines at, like, my parents' house that I haven't had, like, the shelf space to bring over. But, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm still reading, like, Dress Up Darling, and it's, like, you know, still coming out. And I've been keeping up with it, like, as it releases. I don't know. I just came home and I was so happy to see her. I get it with the figure collection. I totally get it. It was something that was more of like a collector's kind of thing for me before, just because like I thought like, oh, an otaku should have. But like when when you have one for like a series that you're like actually passionate about. I have 2 modding figures, and I have 2 Miku figures, and then just the rest of the stuff that I have is like VTuber acrylic stands, and I have quite a bit of Kagami Taiga from Kuroko's basketball, but not gonna lie, I only kept up with it because I thought Kagami was like hot, and I didn't really care too much for the anime now that I think about it. I was like, I think probably because I grew up watching real basketball. I think just like it just doesn't translate well for animation. I think maybe I would have a better time if I'm reading it. But yeah. Anyways, I have quite a bit of figurines myself, but my modding figurine, I love it. I love it. I hope that you get some really nice figurines. Because the ones that I have aren't even... I have like the ones that are like $35, you know? I think the most expensive figurine I have is probably the I think it is $35. I think all of them are like around that price range. I don't think I've spent like more than that on the figurine, but I would love to get like one of the really nice ones one day. I think that would be super awesome. And if I do that, I want a nice one probably for Miku. I think though I'm not like really actively involved in the Vocaloid community anymore, Miku is like... she's like the anime Barbie doll, you know? I think she's... yeah, you have to have one. You have to have one. She's got to be like the first nice one that I get. Or if like a really good modding one comes out. I don't like the modding ones that are like too lewd. I think that's like, I don't know. I like a little bit more subtlety. I like a little bit more subtlety with my figurines. But yeah, anyways. Thank you, Phone, for sending in your report. It was so lovely to read through it. Ryan, welcome! I hope you're having a lovely day. Funny mentioning Miku figurines. Do you guys have any like favorite figurines if you have any? Alright, let's get our next one up. Our next one's from Hill E. Hill, thank you so much for sending your report. I love the doodle here too. It's so cute. Hideki, welcome! It's your first time here, welcome! We are doing this thing where we have user submitted reports, like a little worksheet, and yeah, just talking through it, talking about the stuff that we've been up to, talking about the stuff that we like and want to recommend to our fellow boomers, and yeah, me going on tangents. I feel like you look at these and you would think like, oh, you know, Boomi's gonna go over mine so soon. Maybe I should set a time limit or something. So I end up just talking through all of these, huh? Just talking about myself. Talk. That's why I'm called STFU Boomi. I forgot the okay. You know, when I draw Boomi, I always forget either the ahoge or the bat wings. Or the band-aid. I started doodling a lot of Boomi at work so that way I can, like, you know, try and like commit it to muscle memory. Maybe I should do like Boomi doodles, like on the Magma website that Nay showed me. Do a Boomi doodle on the Magma website. All of us can just draw a bunch of Boomies. Really nail down the quick Boomi style. I have some Sailor Moon ones, and oh my goddess, Sailor Moon. I bet those are really pretty, especially the oh my goddess ones. I remember like when seeing a lot of that like anime online. It was really popular on theotaku.com back in the day. Oh my goddess. And I remember like thinking like, oh, it's so pretty. I bet the figurine must be really pretty. Oh, I would love a Madoka one too. A Garuka. Oh gosh. I love Madoka. Even I don't keep up with like any of like the spin-offs or even like anything outside of the first movie that they made. I mean, you know how they have like you know how they have the two movies that are kind of like what is it? A compilation of the first season? I guess a remaster. I don't know, and then they have like the third movie after that. I've only seen up to there, but I know that they have like manga. I don't know if it's like a spin-off is the right word to say, but you know, where they have like other magical girls that are introduced, or like even I think they had another movie after that. I haven't really kept up too much with it, but like the core Madoka, those 12 episodes, I always rave about how much I love Madoka because they do so much in 12 episodes. I'm like, it's short, to the point, you're on an emotional roller coaster, it's gorgeous, it's subversive, you know? It's perfect. It's my favorite, simply for the reason that they get so much done in such a short amount of time. I don't get like too much anime related stuff unless I really love it. And I have, especially like for prints, I have a Madoka print by my mirror. It brings me joy to look at it. It's a Madoka with the like she has like the sunglasses on. Oh, do you guys remember who's the guy who did it? He had like the Madoka rap, the Annie Up rap for Madoka. Thank you, Base Madoka. Try to choke her. The flick is on my wrist. Better catch your head, mommy, cause you don't know what you missed. Da, 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 da. Annie up. Become Meduka. No, Annie up. Huh? Become Meduka. I don't know. Something like that. That was my shit. I loved it. I loved that song so much. Anyways. Hill is reading Flowers for Algernon in Duskworld, Lord and Ladies. I heard Flowers for Algernon. Where? I was looking at it recently, but somebody was like, oh, if you want to cry, like, read that book. Isn't that, like, I know that that's like a super, like, it's a classic, and I know that It's Always Sunny did not a parody to it? I don't know. Where Charlie was like smart for one episode, or like supposedly smart. I don't remember how the episode went, but yeah. I know that. Yeah, it's one of those classics. I don't really have much else to say besides that. Whenever I think of the name Algernon, I just think of the guy who had the pants unzipped in Bully. Remember Bully, the game? I just remember his name is Algernon. I hope I'm saying it right. And that. Yeah, his name is based off of that. It's been ages since I see Madoka, and I only saw the first series. I think, yeah, the first series. Mwah, delicious. I should rewatch it. I haven't seen it in a while, a few years, for as much as I love it. But yeah. The main character is very tragic. I kept seeing references to Algernon in movies and anime, so I wanted to read the book to get the references. Would you say it's been making a lot more sense? 'Cause now that I think about it, it's like one of those things, like you said, it's a lot of things that's referenced to a lot, so I think I kind of have like a general idea of what it's about, but I also don't know like how much of that is like taken into liberty for just storytelling wise, like how it is in It's Always Sunny. Yeah, he became smart, but as a placebo. Yeah. Wait, wasn't there a mission? Right, I was just thinking about in Red Dead. I think that's what I was thinking about. In Red Dead, they had I think it's called Flowers for a Lady. I don't know if that's like a reference, but I immediately thought about this book when you know, when we have to collect the flowers for that old man's bouquet. It doesn't seem like a reference? It could be, but that was one of the first things that I drew parallels to when I saw the title of that on the map. Oh, Algemon is the name of a mouse that gets super intelligence. Is that the name of is the book about a mouse? Is the book about a mouse? The media makes it either a drug or MacGuffin. Flowers for something implies a eulogy. So that's what makes it tragic. Is the book actually... I'm wrapping my head around this. Is the mouse the main character? Oh, the book is about a guy. Oh, so is the book's title also referencing like another like, I guess like literary... Oh, there's a mouse who undergoes... and it's all tied in this one story. Or is it like a reference to another literary classic? I wasn't expecting the book to be about a guy named Charlie though. No wonder why It's Always Sunny did that. Yeah. You're eating your sister's birthday cake. What flavor birthday cake was it? And what's your guys' favorite flavor of birthday cake? When it's your birthday, what kind of cake do you like to get? I think I like strawberry shortcake. Honestly, I think I like any sponge cake. But yeah, strawberry shortcake is one of the good ones for me. Oh, don't know yet. You'll be getting that today. Ooh, okay. Good luck. Good luck. I hope the book is as good as it seems to be made out to be. I don't know. That sounded. I don't like how that sounded, but you know, it's a classic for a reason, and I hope like it's something that really resonates with you. And I don't know, if you're looking to cry, I hope maybe tears are shed. I think if it's a sad book and you're shedding tears, then it's going to be a really... That's how you know it's a good book. To be moved by words to that point, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that like words... I think maybe it's just because I don't read and it's been a while since I've like actually sat through and like read a book, but to think that somebody can have such like masterful control over how they tie words together, not just to make a story, but to make a story that makes you cry. You're just looking at words on a paper, and for it to move you to the point that you can cry. How amazing is that? The runes become a message, becomes an emotion. Exactly. Exactly. What a wonderful world we live in. I'm finding myself like so easily impressed by just the small things in life, but it's... I don't know. It's amazing that people can do that. Anyways, you usually get chocolate, that you know she likes fruity things. Chocolate birthday cake. Chocolate, my dad's like really allergic. Chocolate makes his stomach upset, so we've never like really been able to eat chocolate cakes. But you get a chocolate cake, like a warm chocolate cake, throw some vanilla ice cream with that. Oh, that's so decadent. It's so good. I think I like strawberry short. Maybe I should get a chocolate cake for my birthday. I don't know. Thinking about like having that warm chocolate, like a fresh... I don't know, fresh? Just microwave it, I guess. A warm chocolate cake. Some vanilla ice cream. That's top tier. Yeah, grab some ice cream. Some vanilla ice cream. I wanted to make an affogato this morning, but I didn't have any ice cream, sadly. Let's see. Okay, so you're playing Myriad Robbie's Sparks of Hope and the Sonic games. Is the Sonic 3 the game that you've been obsessed with? Have you been playing the Sonic games because of the movie that came out? Or are you obsessed with Sonic 3 the movie? Oh, which one? I know Nay was telling me yesterday that the Sonic movies are like a great entry point. I don't know if you guys saw the palette palettes from yesterday, but we talked about oh, Mario! Oh, Mario! Mario plus... Sorry, I can't read. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Rabbids... Would they have a crossover? Am I thinking of like Raymond? No. The rabbits are like those crazy little rabbit guys. Didn't they have a crossover with Mario too? Not that I think about it. But yeah. Nate was telling me how the Sonic games are the Sonic movies are like a good entry point to the Sonic games. Because I was saying how I've only ever played Sonic Heroes. But you know, when you have the memory card, it's like I never kept track of what game was saved where, and like me and my brother weren't thinking long term. We'll be like, oh no, we don't have enough time, we don't have enough space on this card to save our game, so we'll just delete what we haven't been playing recently. Sometimes that would be Sonic Heroes. I boot up Sonic Heroes, I'm looking through the memory card, I'm like, I know I have the save on one of these, it's not there because I deleted it to play a different game, maybe like Nicktoons Unite or something, I don't know, something stupid like that. Never got particularly far in any, or I guess in Sonic Heroes. I was gonna say any of the Sonic games. That's the only one that I played. I think I played, like, you know, before phones became smart, they would have like the little preloaded games, and then after a certain point you had to pay money for it. I think I had Sonic on there, and I probably played like the first level, but yeah, I haven't really played Sonic too much. I remember I was talking to my dad about the Sonic movies though, and I was telling him, I think we had, like, we're talking about like what generation like Sonic is popular with, and he was like very, I guess, adamant saying that like, oh, it's popular with Gen X. No. What are we talking about? I don't know, but we're talking about like what generations and like the Sonic and stuff, especially because like the movies were coming out, and yeah, he was like, no, I know the characters, like, because like I played the games when I was a kid, when I was growing up and stuff. I was like, oh, I thought like you only had like, you know, I thought you only had Sonic, I thought you only had the blue guy. I guess he had Tails, and I think he said he had Knuckles too, but I think Shadow was like a new one that he wasn't familiar with. I think we're talking about, I don't know, the characters or something. I think he talked about Rogue too, but yeah, Rogue, Rouge, I don't know. But yeah. I remember my friend had the Shadow game on her GameCube, and I thought it looked so badass. I wanted to play it, or I wanted to watch her play it so bad, but she mostly just played like the Lugia, like the Pokemon Coliseum one or something with Lugia in it, or like Dark Lugia. I don't know. Games back then were edgy. Why was everything like the dark version? But yeah, she was playing that instead, but I wanted to watch her play the Shadow game instead. And yeah, that's really all that I remember about Sonic. Mostly the movie. Some of Jim Carrey's performance is living rent-free in there. I heard that he is having so much fun with these movies, which I'm really happy about. Because he's kind of like, do they still have the main character guy from the first movie? I don't think I've been seeing him in any of the trailers. Or is it just like about Sonic and friends versus Eggman? What's the guy's name? I don't remember what his name was, but I know his face. He's been in a couple of other things. But I've only started recognizing his face after the Sonic movies came out. Oh, it's only Sonic and Tails. Oh, so maybe my dad didn't know Knuckles then. But I was surprised that like Tails was quite old. Rogue and Shadow was Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast, so like a gen or two after. Oh, I see. I thought Shadow was like with the gun and the GameCube. Oh, he's still there, but mostly on the sidelines. I see. Knuckles was in the third game. I think my dad... I think he said that he had like the original Nintendo. Did did that come out? How old would he have been? Nintendo Entertainment System. That's the original one, right? 83. Yeah, so this came out when my dad was a kid. Like, he was a child. Safe to say. So this was probably like his console growing up. I don't know like what he had after or if he even had anything after, but I know for sure that he said that he had this one. My mom, on the other hand, a little bit older, I think she played Donkey Kong on the arcade, and I think that's her like first exposure to video games. I think my dad had this, and he played quite a bit of it, and I don't really know what his like console history is in between, but I know growing up we became PlayStation family, so I think he probably like hopped off like Nintendo for a little bit. The gun one was a spin-off. I see, I see. I thought it would look so cool. Was that rated T for teens? I wonder. Isn't it interesting that they had like a gun in a Sonic game? So Tails was in 2, Knuckles in 3, and then there's Sonic and Knuckles where you can play with both. Oh, interesting. I think my mom might have played like a Sonic on the arcade too. I think my mom was more of like an arcade player, but oh, I had a Sonic game on my Game Boy now that I think about it. I don't know which one it was, but I remember I didn't play any of like the actual game. I was only in it for what was the Chow Garden? Is that what it's called? I was only in it for that. That's the only I played just to go check on those little guys. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot that I had that game. So maybe I wasn't playing it on my phone. Maybe I was playing it on the Game Boy instead. But I wasn't into like the platformer aspect. I'm not really into that kind of games. I have older siblings who had a ColecoVision of all things. Played Donkey Kong Jr. ColecoVision? It sounds like a hype, like a retro futuristic VR system. That's interesting. So it looks like a remote almost. Oh, what a strange little thing. I've never seen anything like this before. The controller almost looks like a remote for the TV. Oh, so big. That's what she said. This looks so 80s. It's so interesting. You know, to me, I don't think I've seen like I don't even think I've seen like the Nintendo NES in person before. To me, an old console is PlayStation 1. That's the earliest, oldest thing that I've ever touched ever, like for when it comes to video games. Pre-NES, but after the... Oh, right, they had Ataris too. Atari had like the small little like the... interesting. I did, was it high school? I think it was high school. I did a paper on like the different generations of games. I wish I still had the flash drive for that. Maybe I might have the file on like an old Google Drive somewhere. But I did, it was really interesting to learn about the different generations of games and like, you know, I guess like why things were called an 8-bit, which is like, you know, I think if you like grew up with like seeing the game industry evolve, 8-bit makes sense to you. But like to me, when you know, things were already... PS1 was, yeah, things were already 3D. 8-bit was just a term. It was just a term. a style at that point, basically. Isn't it crazy how far games have come? I should ask my dad about like how he feels about that. Because it's like... I mean, I'm going through, like, I think it's 7th gen games, yeah? Because we're currently on 9th gen, PS5, Xbox One is 9th gen games. I'm playing through 7th gen, which I think, personally to me, I think that's like peak gaming. But then again, it's probably because I haven't really like played any of the newer games like that. But you know, maybe I'm easily impressed. But I'm looking at Red Dead 1, and I'm like, wow, like look at the sunset. This game is so beautiful, and like maybe they like touched it up a little bit for the PC release, but you know, not a whole lot. And I can't even imagine if I want to jump into Red Dead 2 right after this. Oh my god! And that game came out what, like 6 years ago? Almost 7. Wait, you know what? 2018? I don't know. It's a while ago. It's been a while. Oh my god! Oh my god! And that game still looks good. I can't imagine what like GTA 6 even. I can't even imagine. I can't comprehend what that's gonna look like. Maybe I'm doing myself a favor playing all of these old games, because once we inevitably go and catch up to the modern times, I'm going to have the most fun. My eyes are going to be treated to like the most beautiful stuff. Right? Like things from like what would be a game that came out in 2014? I don't know, but I guess you could say no. The Last of Us 2 came out in 2020, didn't it? I don't know. But yeah, like games from a decade ago still look really nice. I mean, I'm talking about older games too, and I think that they look nice. Like sure, not as polished, but maybe it's because I had like low expectations. But I don't know. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. One thing I love about modern gaming is that the indie scene brought back so many retro things that old. Yes, the indie scene is so like creative and stuff too. I think I kind of regret that, like maybe because I take such a long time to play games that I don't really have a lot of time to dip into indie games. But then again, I think usually the indie games that I see get really popular are usually like not really my cup of tea to begin with, or at least maybe that's just like not what I'm keeping up with. Like I said, I do like the linear story-based games. I don't really see like a lot of people being like, oh, this new I like games like GTA and Red Dead, you know? But I don't really, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't seen anything like that yet. But I do want to play. I don't think it's an indie game, but I think it's like a smaller developer. I played Kingdom Come Deliverance once on Twitch, but I was more just like fooling around in it. I do really like want to like actually sit down and play, especially because they have the second one coming out this year, right? I do really want to like sit down, play it. I heard the combat is really hard to get into though, and I think like when I first played it, I was still like finding my footing as a gamer. I was still like not really, what do you call it, confident in my skills. But now that I have a couple of games under my belt, I do want to give it another try. I don't know. I really, especially because they said it's like really historically accurate, and I love the medieval ages. I think it's so. I don't even know why I like it so much, but I do want to give it a try. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Maybe just play it like once on stream, and then see how we feel about it. Maybe just finish the rest on my own time. I gotta see how it runs on my computer first, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe I'll just play it completely on my own. Maybe I'll record it. Maybe I'll turn it into a video, so I could just take my time and like really take it in. I don't know. I thought that might be fun too. A fun thing to do. Do like videos for other games that I might not feel like streaming. Because it's like some games I want to play, and I'm like, oh, it'll be really fun to get my reaction for it. But at the same time, like I also don't want to be, I guess, distracted, for lack of a better word, by streaming it. You know, there's like different experiences when you're playing a game on stream versus off stream. And sometimes I'm just like, that's why so many games sit in my library for so long. Anyways, I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna try and speed it up. You're recommending Steam Play. Steam Play. is Steam Play the same as what is Steam Play? Is that the same as just like running things? Steam Play is a feature that allows you to run compatibility layers in the Linux version of the Steam client. What is it? I was thinking like, is that like a is that like the Steam Deck? I think people talking about like the Steam Deck and like, oh yeah, I get to play this game from the Steam but like on the go, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, maybe I should do that. Sometimes I don't play games outside the stream because I don't want to be sitting down at my computer all the time. I want to like stretch out my legs. I want to sit down on my bed. I guess in cases like that, that's when you get the Steam Deck, huh? So I run on Linux. It's a setting in Steam that allows you to play far more games outside. So it's like Valve has been implementing this for their Steam Deck, which runs online. So is it because like the compatibility with the OS? Linux is the OS, right? The compatibility with it. So okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What's it like running I've only ever used Windows. I mean, I started using Apple recently because at work they give us a MacBook. But I've been, I don't know, to me, I guess Windows is kind of the default. What is Linux like? I know nothing about it. Is there any benefit to using that over like the other operating systems? I know people talk about like Windows becoming bloated, I guess a little bit. And I guess like Apple is sort of like the I don't know if super bloat is like the word for it, but you know, if Apple is more locked, Windows, I'm guessing like if it's like a scale, Linux, Windows, Apple, if you get what I'm saying, is that kind of how it is? It's faster and more customizable. So it's kind of like this. It's like the opposite of Apple, right? And more customizable than Windows. Yeah. That's interesting. Because I always thought like, oh, it seemed I guess it seemed like a little bit of a pain in the ass. Because it seems like more of like the road less traveled when it comes to operating systems. I was always thinking like, wow, why do people get this one over like, you know, the other ones that seem like a little bit more supported? The settings are more upfront for better or for worse. It's kind of like when I install like the super like customizable like like changing stuff on my Samsung. Yeah. Avoid the curse that is Windows 11. Man, I've updated to Windows 11. I've been updated to 11 for like the past, I don't know how many every years it's been out. It's become like so normal to me at this point. But I do miss Windows XP. I do miss those days. Windows is pushing all kinds of services onto you that don't look... Yeah, there's so much stuff on here. There's so much stuff on here. The AI, I completely get that. Like they have this pin section. I ignore like half of the stuff that's on my screen, to be honest. When you open up the little search bar, which I like having the search bar here, but like you said, on the side you have all of these news and stuff, games, and like I never look at this stuff. I never do. And oh my gosh, you know, sometimes I'm opening up a folder and it takes forever to search. Maybe I just have too much shit on my computer. It takes like minutes. I have to go leave and do something else just to find this fucking file. If I'm looking through like documents and I don't know which folder it's in, I'm searching all through documents. And I don't know, sometimes I see like my computer memory go like to abysmal, like just by having like the file explorer open. I don't know. It's yeah, I see the appeal. You can't delete them, it just makes your machine run slower. That is exactly it. That's exactly it. Oh, buying Windows? Ah, oh, OS is like 130 bucks. Oh, so you have your computer built from scratch, huh? My family, well, I guess because my dad, he just buys the PC, and then I got mine from Micro Center, a pre-built. Honestly, I don't think I have any interest in building PCs. Now I'm thinking, like, should I have... I mean, I guess with this one, I can just, like, unplug whatever and just pop a new one in. Unless I got, like, compared to, like, a regular one. But, yeah. Yeah, I got, like, what do you call it? A power spec? I think it's, like, Micro Center's little brand of, like, a base, building PC, right? So it's already built. You could buy it pre-built, but I think it's just like very easy for you to like swap stuff out if you want to, right? I think like a really good like starter, so you want to build your own PC kind of thing. I got that. I don't think I have the confidence in myself to be able to build a PC. I'm looking at it right now, my little girl. What am I gonna say about it? I don't know. It's a good computer though. I do like it. I wish that I like just saved a lot more, so I could have just gone all out. Because right now I think I got like a mid-range, and this was like 4 years ago. So now it's starting to be like, okay. Building PCs give me a sense of accomplishment and a personal signature. Yeah, I completely get that. I have a lot of respect for people who are able to like, you know, understand. I remember like trying to find a PC because I didn't want to go like completely pre-built. The power spec I think was right up my alley. I was thinking of like doing it entirely from scratch because, you know, that's what people said that you should do if you're interested in getting into PC gaming. So I try to learn as much as I can, and if you asked me back then, I could probably like give you some better answers, but like, oh my god, so much to learn, and there's like all these different pieces and like learning how like what's compatible with what and like what works together. But I do agree that adding that personal touch to your own computer, and you know, especially like since PC like building, there's like a whole aesthetics like driven aspect to it too. It's really cool. I saw this one person, she built a PC that had the case of a cafe. I'm pretty sure it's maybe like easily like 12 grand if you want to buy it off of her. It's custom, of course, but I don't know, it's just really curious to see like what people can do. I saw another guy who put his PC, like just put the parts on the wall as like a pegboard, like as decoration. I thought that was another completely cool thing. But me, I barely got cable management down. Really got cable management down. I don't clean my keyboard enough. I got like a Keychron keyboard and I'm looking at it now and it is due for a little wash. It's pretty gross. Yeah, maybe one day I could get into PC building. I think I'm just scared of messing something up. Knowing me, I probably will. Put it in a cardboard box? That's crazy. Someone on Twitter had anime figures within the case. I see a lot of people do that. They have the anime figure and then they have like, I think the fan or something has like a LED board. When I had enough space to put it on my desk, I had little Tsum Tsum characters. I don't know if you guys know Tsum Tsum. They're like the little Disney like balls, I guess. It's like a ball game, like a Disney what do you call it? Like Bejeweled? Not really like Bejeweled, but yeah, not really like Bejeweled at all. But yeah, you could connect them and like you make them pop or whatever. Anyways, I had a couple of those because I went to the arcade and they had like a little IRL like gacha like Tsum Tsum game. So if you get a certain high score, you can pay extra and get like a gacha. I have a couple of those. I had them lined up in my PC. Which is honestly kind of a good thing, because, you know, it's sad. like I had like my house caught on fire, right? My dad's car exploded out of nowhere, and I had the PC for like a week, maybe? No, maybe less than a week. I bought a used PC off of some guy, and it wasn't working correctly at all. I think he like built his own PC and, you know, was just like selling it, but I was just like, no, it's not working for me. I don't know how to figure it out, and I returned it to him. And I ended up going to Micro Center, getting a PC. It was a little bit lower than the one that I had now, and I had like my Tsum Tsum figures in there, and I started up I think Mafia 1, and I was so excited to play. I played a little bit for like an hour or something, rearranged my whole room, and I had that PC for like 3 days, I think, and like, you know, 3 days after getting that new PC from Micro Center, boom. Well, it didn't really like explode, his car. It just caught on fire, and then the fire got really, because it's a car. And luckily, like, the whole structure for our house was totally fine. It was just the smoke damage. They had to gut the entire house. If you were to look in my room, soot everywhere, everywhere. The PC ruined. I had to... What? Did they throw it away? I think they threw it away. There's like some stuff in the house that we could save, but for like most of our electronics, they're like, yeah, it's probably damaged. Yeah, we're just gonna throw it away, and then you guys can get it replaced by your insurance. Thankfully we had good insurance, because I got an upgrade on my PC. I think before I had like a, I don't know, what was the GPU? I don't know, but I got a 1660 Super now, and whatever GPU I had before was worse. So I was like, you know what? I got to spend a couple extra $100 thanks to insurance on getting a better PC. It's a small boost, but a boost nonetheless. So since that, I think I went through like two gaming PCs. This is my third one, so that's why it's called Gretchen 3. I named her Gretchen 3. First one was Gretchen because I just finished watching Mean Girls, so it was Gretchen Wieners. Gretchen 2, now we got Gretchen 3. Okay, anyways, I said I'm gonna be hurrying up because I'm hungry. And here I am. You're treating yourself to a Miku figurine! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! What's the kind that you're gonna get? Is it gonna be like one of the super nice ones, or is it gonna be I don't want to say like more generic, but you know what I mean. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, anyways. Oh, the Sakura theme ones. Ooh, I love the seasonal Miku ones too. I was looking through like one of my Japan videos from earlier this year, where we went to like, I think Animate or something. Whole aisle just dedicated to Miku figurines, and they had like one. What was it? I saw it at the store recently for like $300 or like $400, but I think in Japan it was like closer to like $2. It was like a strawberry themed one, I think for like a spring festival or something. I don't know, but it was really pretty. So pretty. If you're in the Discord and you don't mind, you're more than welcome to share. I'm kind of curious to see which one you got. Markiplier fan, hello, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day. We are just about wrapping up our Boomer reports. We're actually on our very last report. Ooh, send me your story. Itching to draw more. I hope you have some more time to draw. And then sharing a question. See, streaming setup tips. You know, honestly, my setup is pretty ass. But one thing I would recommend, I got like this little, what do you call it? I guess like stand for your monitor. I recommend getting one of those, like a little shelf or something for your monitor. You seen those? Like, you know, you could like lift one monitor up. Before I had both of my monitors on an even level. But I put one of them on like this little stand thing. To kind of increase the desk space, because now you kind of have like this little built-in shelf. So I'm able to put like my microphone setup like right under, and then I have like a little spot for like all my knickknacks and stuff. So I have some knickknacks. Oh gosh, dude, my desk is awful right now. It's dirty, it's dusty, it's cluttered. But I recommend getting like a little stand for at least one of your monitors. So that way you can have a little bit easier time of, you know, setting things up. For me, I also have one of my monitors is curved. So I have it like, I have both of my monitors like not at the edge of the desk. So that way I have like the corner to sort of be like a little tuck away area for other things. I have like a candle and like my controller holder back there. Yeah, I mean, if anybody else has streaming setup tips, this is more like a desk setup though. I don't know. Are you thinking like more like digital than physical? Are you thinking more digital? I think for OBS, one thing that I found really useful is finding a way to visually like separate your scenes and your sources. So like, for example, my scenes, because you can add like little what do you call it, like stars and like hearts and stuff, like, you know, when you like copy and paste them from online, you can add those. They're supported in there, and like emojis are supported too. So I started adding like stars to like my ending screen, my intro screen, BRB screen. Not that I really need to use it too much, because I have the Stream Deck and I usually just opt to press the button instead. But you know, sometimes if there's like little inconsistencies that don't really feel like looking at or fixing, I have those separated. Intro, outro, and BRB have stars, and then like my home and my gaming and this radio room, I have hearts here. Just a little bit of visual difference. I mean, to be honest, it's not super, like, I'm usually more looking at the words, but I've also started adding emojis to my sources. Y'all know I love a good emoji. So things like these notes or something. I can't move it. Can I move it? Yeah, like these notes right here. I marked them with like a teddy bear. The mic is also a teddy bear. It's like kind of like a visual cue for me. Oh, a teddy bear is like room decoration. So anything that's room decoration, I'll just use the teddy bear. This Ko-fi link, just so I can see easy. It has a coffee emoji next to it, and then I do like the little straight line, and then I put like the actual word there, if that makes sense. VTube Studio has like an exclamation mark heart thing, because it's like, hey, look at me, you know? And then I also learned you can color code stuff on OBS. I don't know if you like use Streamlabs OBS or regular OBS, but yeah, usually they say that regular OBS is like the one to use. It's the better one. But yeah. Here, I'm gonna unpin this because we are on our last one. Our last Boomer report. Thank you for submitting, Hill, by the way. I hope that was useful. I don't know if it was quite useful. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to like, because I find myself just being like, oh, what am I looking for again? I think I might have to do like another bit of a cleanup on my end, but I'd be more than happy to like share pictures once I have my area a little bit more clean. I think I tend to not like, you know, like I'm not really good at housekeeping my OBS, but as a very visual person, I think emojis, if you can throw an emoji in there, I think that's like a really good way for me to, at least for me, to like break up the things that I'm looking at. Like if it's just a wall of text, then I'm like, oh gosh, right? But having like a visual code is like, oh, all right, I'm looking for a prop. Okay, I'm looking for a teddy bear if I'm looking for a prop. Here we go, there it is. And like for these rooms too, let me hide this for a second. Let's see. If I move this one around, right? You see this? I have a door. There's a door. There's a door for each of these. So that way I know, oh, it's like part of the set, right? The whiteboard has like a little TV marker because it's a little TV marker because it's like more of like a visual, like, hey, I'm showing you something. And the whiteboard itself has a teddy bear. Yeah. Yeah. Ramses, welcome. I'm doing well. How about you? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. We're here wrapping up with our final Boomer report by making sure that there is okay, alright. Bye! Let's see. They didn't write their name here, but I do see your name in the file? The file name? Wait, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Let me put away the whiteboard too. Ta-da! Altaru, thank you so much for joining Boomer Buddies. It's great to have you here. Welcome! Thank you for becoming a member and supporting the channel. It really means a lot. Oh my gosh, thank you. I didn't realize she had membership until I saw your badge. I appreciate the quick action in wanting to become a member. That really means a lot. Okay, alright. Here's our last one. Submitted by Phoenix. There we go. Phoenix has been reading too many dark fantasy manga and Atomic Habits. I was gonna say, no, I'm thinking about 7 Habits. I remember in my school, they like really nailed down, was it 7 Habits of a Highly Effective Person in our brains. But now I can only remember... Sharpen the saw. That was the 7th habit, which means, like, relax. I remember they had, was it think, win-win, begin with the end in mind, sharpen the saw, think first to understand, then to be understood. That's all. I'm missing 3, but that's all that I remember, from high school. Atomic Habits, on the other hand, I've heard of the phrase before, but I don't think I know much about it. It's useful. There's a bookstore on my way home from work, and I was like, oh, maybe I should pick up a book or something to read. I don't know if I want to like read. I think it's fun to have like a physical book. I think I'd be much more engaged. But at the same time, you gotta lug that around everywhere. Either way, I was thinking about picking up a self-help book. Atomic Habits might be what I'm looking for. I love watching like self-help not YouTubers, but you know, like if there's a title and you know, it's just some random person, random 30-something-year-old with a mic in their hand in their bedroom just talking, probably out of their ass. But I'm listening. I should listen to somebody who has like a published book instead of just some random person sitting on their floor. Do you guys read self-help books at all? I think I want to pick one up, and I might keep an eye out for this one the next time I'm at the bookstore. Maybe I'll read it. Also, too many dark fantasy mangas. I'm thinking of like the you know, like that AI meme, like the 80s, like turning The Simpsons into 80s dark fantasy or something. Because I'm trying to think, like, I've never... Lord of the Rings would be considered... Would it be considered just, like, light fantasy? Would it be dark fantasy? Lord of the Rings? Dark fantasy, I'm thinking, is, like, I don't know, The Princess Bride or something, right? But then again, it could... Or maybe, like, was it The Dark Crystal? Not that I know anything about these. I think I saw The Princess Bride once. I know my dad loves that movie. I think I saw it once. I don't know what makes it dark. Besides that it came out in the 80s. Dark fantasy is like Berserk. Ah, I don't know anything about Berserk except for the art style is very like iconic. And this is gonna be weird, but there is this artist on TikTok that made a Brian Griffin x SpongeBob SquarePants not really fan fiction, like crack comic crazy crossover with just like characters from any media you can think of just being inserted into this. Like I saw it started off with Brian Griffin going to Alcoholics Anonymous, meeting SpongeBob there, falling in love with SpongeBob. Right? Stay with me now. You know, I see it pop up every once in a while, but like every time that it's coming up on my For You page, so much stuff has happened, right? And you're just like, who the fuck is making this? And then they release a chapter that is entirely, I guess, inspired by Berserk. The craziest art that I've ever seen. All for fucking Brian Griffin impregnating SpongeBob. I think SpongeBob is pregnant in it. I don't know. I did save it because I thought maybe it'd be really fun to like look through on stream. Maybe we should do that. Anyways. I know it sounds so crazy. Because I only saw like that first few chapters. I was like, oh, this is pretty good. And then, you know, like I go on TikTok like maybe every couple of weeks or something. Because I know that if I'm on there, like it's easy to get sucked in. Yeah. By the next time I logged back on a TikTok and I remembered that comic was a thing and it came up on my page, so much had happened. Right, okay. Berserk is the definition of dark fantasy. Dark fantasy is high fantasy as dystopia is to sci-fi. Ah, that is an excellent comparison. That makes so much sense to me. Okay, I got it. Ah, so, okay, that's what makes it dark. So it's not like... Well, I don't know anything about the Dark Crystal, but yeah, but it's not like the Princess Bride at least. Interesting. I didn't even know Berserk was like a fantasy to begin with. All I know is that you got like that big guy. The art is highly detailed, right? And he has a big ass sword. That's all I know. And people love it. Let's see, Phoenix is also eating, stuffing any leftovers into a burrito and adding sriracha. I cook a lot. Most of my diet is literally just eggs, chicken, and avocado. Oh my, that sounds like that's the diet that I want. I love. And it sounds so healthy too. Eggs, chicken, and avocado. And then adding that into a burrito with sriracha. I've been needing to simplify, like my meals. Because I find grocery shopping to be such a chore. I was very lucky to grow up with my dad who loves to cook. He's such a foodie, so we've been always like, you know, going out to different restaurants and like trying different cuisines, and he's always interested in making like different, I wouldn't say foods from different culture, but like getting experimental with what he cooks. He's really like into cooking like things with spices, I guess, but he really loves making good meat. He's a meat guy, very much a carnivore. So we always grew up eating like really, really good meat. And I think, and then like my mom, you know, she'll make like the Japanese like classics, tonkatsu, curry rice, all of that kind of stuff, sukiyaki, all that. And it was a blessing and a curse, because it's kind of like I can't, like, the food that we ate was like so different from day to day. I so like cooking now that I live on my own, it just feels so overwhelming, because it's like, oh, what do I want to eat today? Rather, I should just be eating the same thing every day. I think I should just learn how to get used to that, and like just learn how to make something really good with very few ingredients. Like when I go home, even if like nobody's been grocery shopping for a while, I could just dig through. I don't even have to know what's in our pantries, but like, because my dad likes to cook, we got a whole bunch of different spices, a lot of like meat that's frozen, just like a lot of soups and just stuff in surplus. I'm looking around and I'm like, what can I throw together? One time I found frozen udon noodles, and I know that we had just a lot of like different sauces in the pantry. I made my own stir-fry noodles just based off of whatever I thought could go well together. It's like you have a whole grocery... maybe like the whole like aisle section, maybe not the produce section of the grocery store, but the aisle section of the grocery store at your fingertips, because my dad just really likes throwing stuff together and seeing what he could make. And I always think like, oh man, I wish I could do that here, but like my kitchen is literally like salt, pepper, sesame oil, olive oil, you know, I barely got the basics in here. I don't want to do that. I want to go grab some eggs and some chicken the next time I go grocery shopping. And maybe avocado, some kind of veggie. Veggie? I don't know. Something else, you know, to round it out. I eat the same thing every day. I hate shopping too, so I do the free pickup. Oh, I didn't even know that that was an option. You know, my local grocery store, it's filled with like the Instacart dudes. You know, everybody is like looking on their phone with a cart that's like filled to the brim with groceries, and it's so annoying to shop there. It's so freaking annoying to shop there. But you gotta make do. You gotta make do. Lately, I've been, because I don't want to put the thought into grocery shopping, is just like getting like those pre-made foods at Costco. But like it doesn't feel like it's easy to make, but I don't know. I wonder if it's like the healthiest, you know? I wonder if it's like any different, or like even if it's like the best bang for your buck. Like it's better to just like get, you know, just the food, right? I don't know. Anyways. Having a parent like that is awesome. My mom could not cook. I think my dad got that because my grandma did not. She still does not cook. My grandma doesn't cook. I think my grandpa was like the chef of the house, but I believe that they were like divorced like pretty early in my dad's childhood. So I think that's probably why he like wanted to learn how to cook, because my grandpa was a pretty good cook, and because my grandma wasn't like very interested in cooking either. Let's see. Phoenix is playing Town of Salem 2, a medieval themed Among Us. I know that Town of Salem, isn't it? Don't you have to pay to get in? I don't remember, but wasn't it like a website? I remember like when I first played Werewolf was the game. When you know it's like a party game. You're playing it with your friends and you close your eyes. We had like a the Korean club. They did a retreat every single year, and that's when I first played this type of game. Yeah, we played Werewolf, and I think it was like, I don't know, like maybe 15 of us. There's like a little bit of a loft area in the Airbnb lodge that we rented, and we all, I think it was like 30 people in total that was staying at this Airbnb. So we all had sleeping bags up in the loft. It was so much fun. I went with one of my best friends, and yeah, we played Werewolf that night, and it was really fun. We were like pretending we were sleeping in a sleeping bag, and then, you know, the werewolf would like point who they're gonna kill. It's so much fun to play something like that in person. And it was such a good bonding experience too. I wish I went to the retreats more. I think I only went that 1 year, now that I think about it. But it was a really great like thing to do as a freshman. But yeah. Because I remember after playing that, I was like, that game was so awesome. Like, where can I play more of this? And I found out of Town of Salem, and I don't know, it was like blocked off for some reason. I couldn't play it. Town of Salem 2. I'd be so down to play that. Maybe they have like a Roblox version too. I didn't even know that they made a second one. Ah, $2.99. They have it on Steam. And then the first Town of Salem is the website. I don't know, maybe it is free now that they have the second one. I remember trying to play and it was I couldn't play online. Who submitted this report? They forgot to write their name on the report, but in the file, their name is listed as Phoenix. Phoenix. So thank you, Phoenix, for sending in your report. Let's see. They are obsessed with gardening and building keyboards. Oh, I think they mentioned something about building keyboards. Yes, in their story. Okay, I've been a keyboard enthusiast for a few years. Here's some tips to make it sound or feel better without spending too much money. 1. Buy double shot abs keycaps. Die sub PBT is not very good. Make sure they're OEM or cherry profile too. You know, I never realized how deep like keyboards were until I was like looking around to I guess like get one to, you know, accompany my gaming PC. I had no idea what to pick and there's just like so many options. So I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna get the Keychron. But I am a little bit envious of people who have like all the different I personally, for me, I don't have like the need to like have multiple different keyboards. It's not really like a high priority for me. But I am a little envious of people who you know, love it so much where they're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna like switch out this keyboard for this mood, or like, you know, like it must be fun to have all of those spares on hand and just being able to like adjust it based on your vibe, or like, you know, wanting to have a little bit of a different feel. I think like having that I guess feeling between the caps, I wonder if it like spurs creativity in some way. Like after a long day at work and I'm coming back to like you know, play some games, and maybe I'm sending a couple of messages on the keyboard, I'm like, oh, this feels good. It feels good to come back and type on this. It feels satisfying. If you have a hot swap keyboard, buy any long pole switch. And that means don't buy cherry switches. I personally recommend KTT, HMX, and newer Gateron switches. Take out your spacebar and turn it around. I'm gonna try that right now. Let's see. Reverse spacebars feel more ergonomic, sound more poppy, and you can do it with any keyboard as long as you have a keycap puller. I got one of these contraptions off of Temu, of all places. It's like one of those like all-in-one little keyboard things. It has like a little cleaner with like two different sides, like a super thin side and a kind of thick side. It has the brush that you can pop out, and then there's also like a little like a spray bottle that I have no liquid in there. But I also have a keyboard puller in here too. Let me try that. Let me unplug this first. You know what's funny? I got this Keychron because I wanted a ooh, wait, that's dirty. Because I wanted a I'm just gonna do like a little brush. I don't know, what's the point of brushing if I have to clean this out anyways? I wanted a Bluetooth keyboard, but I think like whatever Bluetooth like connectivity thing I have in my PC is too weak, because no Bluetooth, like even my controller can't connect to it. Like I could barely connect Bluetooth to my PC. I can only connect Bluetooth through the monitors. Okay, I don't know if doing this brush was a good idea, because I'm just realizing how absolutely disgusting. I mean, I guess it's better to brush it than to leave it nasty. Alright, turning this upside down. I don't know what was right side up. Is the line supposed to be on the top or is it supposed to be on the bottom? I think it was on the top effort. I don't know. Feels more ergonomic. I think I did do it reverse, and I think it does. I think you're right. I think it does feel more ergonomic, like because it's like pointing out towards me, and it gives my keyboard a little bit of like a curved feeling. I like it. Yeah, it's on the bottom now, and it does. Yeah, right. It feels a little bit better. I feel like I have like a little bit of a wave to my keyboard. That is a good tip. I'm excited to continue trying this out. Okay, and if you're planning to buy a new keyboard, do not buy ones that are marketed as gaming ones. Any mechanical one is perfectly fine, and the difference in any actuation time between key presses between normal and gaming keyboards are smaller than you think. So either one, buy the cheapest mechanical keyboard you can find if you want to save money, or two, treat yourself to a nicer keyboard and get something like a Keychron. That's what I got, or one with a QWERTY keys one. Yeah, I got this Keychron. Funny. I think like a month, 3 months into getting this, I spilt apple juice all over the keyboard, and the keys were so sticky, and I was like, oh my god, I'm never gonna recover for this. I did. It's like 2 years later, not a single problem. I just made sure I cleaned it right away. I was really scared that I just like fucked up forever, but no. I think it's like a K2 or something. It's not like super cute, but you know, it does the job. But that's the point. You can like replace the keys, right? Maybe I'll try to find some cute keys. Maybe that's something that I will want to do in the future. And let's see. The last tip for keyboards from Phoenix is: your keyboard kit is the biggest factor in how your keyboard sounds. Keycaps and switches don't do much in comparison. Your plate, case, and mounting style are key factors in sound. That's really it. You guys want to hear the sound of my keyboard? I'm gonna type something just super random. Wait, sorry, I shouldn't type it in. I was typing it Opera, which is not the place. I'm gonna type it in a notepad. That's a Keychron. I'm glad to know that my my keyboard is like a little bit on the nicer end. At that point when I was buying this, I'm like, I'm tired of looking at stuff related to computers. Like, let me just get whatever. And this had the best reviews, so I don't even know how much I spent on it. I don't know. I am disappointed that I can't get the Bluetooth to work though. That was like the main factor for why I bought this, and it's just I can't use it, and the cord is like really freaking short too. That's like a little bit of a pain factor for me. But I think that's more with my PC than it is with the Keychron, because it works perfect. I like that I can like connect this to my iPad, so if I want to like write a diary entry in my iPad, I can do that too. That's really nice. This clickety clack sounded amazing. I'm glad, because you know, you're listening to someone like TikTok or Instagram. Maybe it's the camera that they're or not the sound that they're picking up with, like the microphone. But you're listening and just like, oh, it sounds so much better than mine. But it could just be like the video, you know. And I get really jealous. I'm like, oh, did I make the right choice with my keyboard? Glad I did. I don't know. It does feel really good to type on too. Keychron K2 is what I got. It's like a little compact as well. It doesn't have like the numpad and I don't know. It did take a while for me to adjust to it, but I really like those typing speed tests anyway, so I ended up doing that. Oh my god, we're running on 5 hours. Oh my god. Okay, anyways. Anyways. Let's Z. They're recommending to thrift your clothes, buy duped perfume and cologne, and buy a magic 8-ball. You know what? Maybe I should buy a magic 8-ball. One of my favorite purchases for my apartment has been a lava lamp. A lava lamp was something that I wanted since I was a kid. And I don't know. I just never asked my parents for one, or if I did, they just were just like, oh, whatever. Like, it's a lava lamp. You don't need one. And I was like, oh, yeah, maybe you're right. But I ended up getting one. That was like one of the first like things that I bought for my apartment. Love it. I love, like, I don't know if, like, was it kitsch? Kitsch is the word. I don't know if that's the word for it, but like, you know, I think like a magic 8-ball kind of falls in the same category as a lava lamp. Love this kind of stuff. I think I will go out and buy myself a pretty cool magic 8-ball. I think that's a very useful thing to have. Thrifting clothes. I actually just put away like a bunch of clothes that I don't wear anymore, so that way I can go donate it. And hopefully free up some space so I can go get some more clothes. I don't thrift clothes, but or at least I haven't, but I think especially here, like, people take thrifting very seriously, so they're giving away some really nice stuff. Maybe that's just the stores. I'm going to like the trendy thrift stores, but yeah, it's not as like cheap as you would think. Sometimes it is, but I don't know. People here are like too trendy, or at least the stores. I go to like the thrift stores because I'm taking my brother there, and the ones that he's going into, people are so trendy. I'm like, how do you even throw this together in an outfit? What the fuck am I looking at? I'm not cool enough to wear this. But I did get like a bunch of Lacoste sweaters from my dad because my mom shrunk them, I guess, on accident. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose now because they know that it fits me, but I just got like 4 or 5 sweaters, a couple of them from like Ralph Lauren, and then a couple from Lacoste. I'm just like, awesome. I love sweaters. I love sweaters. And sure, it gives me like a little bit of like a manly appeal, I think, because I usually just wear them with like some slacks, but they're so comfortable. Yeah, I hope my dad keeps shrinking his clothes. I was like, I'll get back from Costco and Boomi would have ended. I know, I'm here yapping. It's just been a while since we last caught up, I guess. I don't know, it's just, yeah, it's really... So much for a rewatchable VOD. Yeah, and duped perfume and cologne. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm usually like not a perfume shopper, but I got one from, I think, like the soap store, like L'Octane or something. I don't know. Maybe it's like a lotion store. But I got one from my mom last year, Christmas, and I really like the scent. But I'm starting to run low, and I'm thinking like, oh god, I'm gonna have to go perfume shopping. I don't have a good nose to begin with, so it's yeah, I really don't know what I'm gonna buy next, but if I like a smell, I'm gonna look into a dupe. I have like a really small case of the Dior one. The Dior, I don't know, like it's in like that little cute, it has like a pink liquid inside and the bottle has like a little ribbon. It's super cute. I have like a sample one of that. Bought it in Japan for $22 because I didn't bring any cologne with me, or perfume with me, and I saw my friend in Thailand and she was like, oh, did you get that for the Sephora birthday? I'm like, no, because I don't shop at Sephora. I'm using like really old makeup that's probably nearly a decade old at this point. But like I still have eyeshadow palettes from like 10 years ago that are doing the job. Maybe not good for my skin, but it's doing the job. So I don't go to Sephora. I'm just like, the birthday thing, because they give you a free gift for your birthday month. She's like, yeah, I got like 6 of them for free because Sephora was giving them away. I was like, I bought this in Tokyo like 2 days ago for $22. $22! I got it for free. Got 6 of them for free. But it smells good. It smells good. I probably will have to find a dupe of that. I hope they have one. say, Boomy, in my own headcanon, I make my grand entrance, saving you from a giant troll. Ooh, giant troll. You bring me back to... Thank you for saving me. A giant troll. What did I do to get into his clutches, I wonder? It kind of reminds me of... You know what? Here, before I go on this last tangent, Phoenix is not treating themselves because they're too broke. That's so real. I'm gonna be penny pinching these next few months because I gotta do a semi-big IKEA haul. I think it's finally time for me to get my apartment in order. I've had a broken dresser for the last, I don't know, like 4 or 5 months. And it's been a pain in the ass because I'm losing out on, you know, an entire drawer. An entire drawer. And the other ones are like falling apart too because I bought like the cheap version of it. So I have to go to IKEA and get myself a new dresser, hopefully with more space. And I figured like, oh, well, they have a winter sale going on. I might as well see what else I can get. Well, that means I will be penny pinching, sadly. I need to go to IKEA soon too, but for once I actually don't want to. IKEA is fun until you actually need to look for something. I think it's like so much fun to go and get like the inspiration. Especially like I think the ones here, they have their room setups to be for tiny living. So I'm like, I've never been to the ones here, but I really want to see like what they have and get inspired. But at the same time, when you know you gotta build, you gotta buy it, and then you're like, I gotta build it after? I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to do that. Let me tell you, after... Wait, first of all, Phoenix, thank you so much for sending your Boomer report. It was such a pleasure to look through them. All of the Boomer reports, thank you guys so much for submitting it. We only had 6 and I probably spent like, what, like 45 minutes on each? I don't know. I mean 7 including my own. Yeah, sorry. I talk a lot. That's me. What was I gonna say? Yeah, after the fire, we had to... Because all of our furniture was just covered in soot. It was like, you know, I think the only thing we were able to save was like stuff from the basement and like our clothes and like maybe like any personal items like books and stuff. I think they're, I don't know, able to do something. I don't know. Anyways, we had to buy all new furniture. Can you imagine how much building that was? And it wasn't just IKEA furniture. It was stuff from Wayfair and like, I mean, maybe just IKEA and Wayfair. Still! Building all of that, my worst nightmare. I was like, I don't want to build shit for like another 7 years. 7 years. Don't show me an instructions manual. Like, no. But I had to build because I moved out of the house like a couple months after. Literally a few months after. I had to build more furniture. I was like ripping my hair out at that point. I'm like, oh. It's like the most stressful experience to build furniture. It's like, I don't know, the instructions are never right, or it's just too much, or it's like, it's never fun. It's never a fun thing to do. I hate it every single time. But, you know, when you actually have your room together and you're looking at it, and you're like, it does make you feel at peace that it's done, and, you know, but I think that's probably why I've avoided getting a new dresser for such a long time, because I don't want to build it. They said it's like extra... No, I think it was for something small. I think it was like for a small bookshelf I was looking at. $29 for somebody to build it on TaskRabbit. I mean... I'm considering it. I'm considering it. That's how much I hate building furniture. There's like one dresser that... like me and my mom, we spend like 8 hours a day for like 4 days straight just building furniture. And like we're both getting frustrated with the instructions, so we're getting frustrated with each other, and I don't know. I was so done with it. for the building to be fun, as long as it's not a ton. I think... I don't think I had a fun one to build. I think the fun one that I had to build might have been... Yeah, as long as it's not like too much. I think dressers are probably what I hate the most, because it's like there's a lot of pieces to it. You have to do the knob, you have to like attach the what do you call it? You have to attach the you know, everything together. But my bed frame, it's like a foldable bed frame, so it's like really easy to move around. That was easy. That was super easy. You just have to attach like a couple things together. It's like 4 steps. It's all like that. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll do it. But a lot of the time, I don't like looking at instructions. I don't know if you guys notice that as I'm playing games. I'll skip a tutorial. I don't read through things properly. So yeah, building furniture is a little bit of a problem for me. Okay, all right. Well, we're hitting the 5-hour mark. So that's a yikes. Let me go ahead and find somebody for us to raid. How about that? How about that? I appreciate you guys for sending in your boomer reports and for hanging out with me for such a long time. It really does mean a lot. You know, I know that I chit-chat quite a bit, but I hope that it was fruitful, for lack of a better word. Entertaining. Gosh, I'm signed out on this account. Log me back in, please. I'm in the middle of like switching emails from, because the one that I had is like a spam email from a while ago. That's like the one that most of my accounts are connected to. I'm like, I kind of want to start fresh. I also have an email that's a 4V Live email, which is what the company used to be called. But I was like, you know, sharing access with that is not really useful, and then we decided we're not moving forward with company emails anymore, so I started my own, you know, stfuboomi@gmail.com email, and it's been a headache, a big headache moving everything over. We've barely gotten started on it, and especially with YouTube does not like you changing between emails, especially your Gmail, because I don't know, Google Plus? Something back in the day? I don't know. It's really messy. I'm not having a good time moving my emails, but anyways. That's a little tangent. I find that I'm like logged in on some stuff and not logged in on other things. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Yes, raid. Who are we raiding? How about we go send the raid over to let's go send the raid over to Katarina over at Idol, who's playing Power World right now. I wonder if she's playing in the SMP with everybody, or if she's just playing just the new update. Yeah, we're gonna go send the raid over to Katarina. I want to thank you guys. Let me bring our memes back out just for a second, just to fill up the space. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me for the last 5 hours. Holy shit. A lot of long ones, huh? Wait. I gotta look. Our last stream with Nate was almost 4.5 hours, and then on Friday was almost 4 hours too, which is actually insane. I did a lot in the last 3 days. This is like 12 hours of streaming. That's crazy. But I have you guys to thank for making this so entertaining, for making time fly past. I was like, oh, you know, maybe this will only be like 2 hours or something, because we didn't have like too many reports to go over. But you know me, I love to talk about myself. Thank Thank you for doing the reports and all the fun chatting. Thank you for submitting and like thank you for hanging out with me for so long. Thank you for you know, just making this an easy 5 hours, an easy time to just really just sit back, relax, chat about the new year. I hope you guys had a lovely holiday season, of course. I hope that you guys have had an awesome new year, are having a excellent start to the year. Yeah, I mean, if you've been sitting down as long as I have, I usually don't say this while I'm standing up, but I need to stand up right now. Let's give our body a nice, huge stretch. You see, I'm standing up. I lost tracking a little bit. Big stretch. Let me. I need to touch my toes. This is when I gotta touch my toes for. There we go. Nice big stretch. Don't forget to drink some water, especially me. I need to flush this cough out of my system. And last but not least, treat yourself to something nice. I know it is the end of the weekend, a Sunday. Sad, very sad all around. I hate you, Sunday. Fuck you, Sunday. Sunday means Wednesday's coming soon. I fucking hate you, Sunday. Okay, anyways, you're coming in right at the credits. Coming in right at the credits. But you have a lovely 5-hour VOD to catch up on. You know, you kind of came in just in time for well, we had a very long stream, and yeah. At least you're able. At least I went on long enough for you to be able to catch me. I think is what I'm trying to say. I don't think you've done a stream this long before, or at least maybe not in a long time. Anyways, yeah, treat yourself to something nice. I'm a boomer failure. Not at all. I know my streams are kind of a weird time because I stream like early in the day. Gosh, now it's already evening. God, the sun's already setting. Okay. Aliens, welcome and goodbye. Yeah, treat yourself to something nice this week. Whether it be some of the suggestions that you learned from your fellow boomers. I think that might be a really fun one. Getting like a snack. I mean, you know, we got so many suggestions from your fellow boomers from what other people are treating themselves to, things that they've been eating, things that they've been watching, playing, etc. Maybe you could get some inspiration. Maybe you can treat yourself to trying something new. How about that? The Steam sale. Ooh, that's another one. Try out a new game, maybe a game genre that you might not think that you're interested in while it's on sale. I don't know. 2025 is just beginning. Find a new favorite. Treat yourself to an adventure. Treat yourself to trying out a new adventures. Treat yourself to spontaneity. I think that's a cool one. And until I see you next time, which I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe Friday, maybe sooner, we'll see. Until I see you next time, take care! Bye!